just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Alone. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Oh, 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 oh. What's up? Dude, I saw somebody from Covington, Kentucky. No way. Dude, I used to play shows in Covington, Kentucky, like every tour. It's right across the water from Cincinnati. What a crazy, like, haunted place. Let's go! This is it, I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great, so why are you complaining? You're on blue. Sure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue? When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking and need some attention? And nothing's working to change your direction. You're on blue. Knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue. When every bruise looks good on you. Here we go! Let's go! Oh, we're gonna cut that one in the middle. Get moving. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Yeah, no, so I thought the Zoran shirt would be fitting for today, because I spent a bunch of time last night and early into this morning arguing with people, and like, oh my God, dude, the chaos that is going on around him picking a lesbian woman to head FDNY is nuts. Dude, so crazy. And please make this music available. It will be available eventually. It will. So here's what's crazy. This morning, okay, whatever, I'm working on videos, and there's some shit going down about the fire commissioner, okay, FDNY commissioner, and I'm telling you guys, the experience I had of like getting into the comments or whatever, seeing the right-wing response to him assigning the fire commissioner job to a lesbian woman, is the fact that you realize it's not just about trans people, right? I mean, trans people have been bearing the brunt of the negative energy because of Trump's bullshit and whatever, however these religious zealots have gotten activated. And I don't want to discredit what they have gone through, because trans people, without a doubt, have suffered the most of the MAGA ire, okay, as far as the LGBTQ goes. But at the same time, it is the assigning of this new fire commissioner where you realize that they hate gay people too. And they especially hate gay women.
And it is just fucking obnoxious. You know what I'm saying? It is fucking obnoxious. It's 2025, man. And so those of you who don't know what's going on with this, it is involving the assigning of 𝗏𝗏, okay? Right? So right-wing media has been going crazy with this, okay? Now, let's look at some of this real quick because I think this is a great place to start, okay? So Zohran Mamdani, okay, right? Zohran Mamdani, he announces the head of the FDNY commissioner, the FDNY commissioner job to Lilian Bonsignor. Okay. Now, what's crazy about it is immediately there she is. Okay. And she is the FDNY commissioner. Okay. So the crazy shit about this is she has 31 years of experience. This woman does. Okay. When you look at this woman's resume, it is insane. So in FDNY is two departments. It's EMS and it's fire. Okay. Now the commissioner job is simply that. You are the commissioner. You're an administrator. It is your job to basically oversee both departments. Now, the root of all of this shit, there were two main roots that were happening. The first root of this was this, Elon's whatever bootlicking account, the chief nerd here who started off this thing saying, like, she's never served as a firefighter, okay? And she's openly gay, okay? Now, this is what's wild, is this account just specifically looked at openly gay, and it was part of the announcement because it's historic representation. And then the fact that she's never been a firefighter. Now, if you look at FDNY, like 80% of the cases are EMS, okay? Right? 20% of them are fires. Also, the last several administrators in FDNY never even worked in FDNY. Like the last one that Eric Adams appointed was like a philanthropist or something. And what's funny about this is none of these people had an issue, okay? None of these people had an issue with the last couple of commissioners, but a lesbian woman gets a post that she very much deserves, and it starts this huge fervor of like DEI and screaming she's never been a firefighter, she has no experience. But like, dude, she has an insane amount of experience. 31 years, okay? She led EMS during the pandemic, okay? She has a 4-star rank in FDNY, right? She's had all kinds of leadership experience inside the department. Everybody in the department apparently like has had mad respect for this woman. But still, they're like, she's never been a firefighter, right? But again, none of the commissioners for the last 10 years have been a firefighter. And there was no mention of this. But what's crazy is these comments. Okay, so what I posted was under here. I said last 3 FDNY commissioners were never firefighters, and a couple never even worked in the department. But these fucking bigoted morons never said peep, right? Uber qualified lesbian woman gets the job, and these fuckers shit their Bibles, get fucked on. MAGA losers, all right? But like, dude, look at some of these comments, okay? And this guy's like, oh, fuck off. Mamdani had to focus on her being openly gay. But like, nobody focused. Mamdani didn't focus on her being openly gay. The right-wing bigots focused on her being openly gay. Mamdani just pointed out that she was openly gay with all her other attributes, right? You know what I mean? Because that is historic. The first openly gay woman to lead the FDNY, that's historic, you know? And what's crazy about it though is they focus on it. All they heard was openly gay, and they're like, Mom Donnie's focusing on this. And I'm like, I guarantee that Mom Donnie does not give a shit that she's openly gay. I mean, he's probably excited that he's able to pick somebody who is so qualified and so skilled and going to do such a good job that also is a glass ceiling breaker. Of course, he's a glass ceiling breaker. And I mean, everybody wants to, like, glass ceiling break, or the more glass ceilings you break, the more expansion we have socially and culturally. And you know what I'm saying? Dude, and look at this though. This guy is like, they got to do slurs, right? And this guy says uber qualified, but again, she has 31 years of experience in FDNY EMS, guys. Like she has 3 decades, bro. And it's like 3 decades of EMS experience is not enough for these people, right? And then, oh, look at this. You mad? You seem upset. Relax. Dude, I'm getting the calm down. They're telling me to calm down, right? You know what I'm saying? And dude, look at this. Oh my God, this guy says, I'm sorry your dad sexually abused you. Dude, they're so funny. This guy wants me to die. This guy hopes I die because I am supporting the fucking, his hire, right? This one is probably an F slur, right? And nope, crazy, no F slur. There is a little bit of a gay slur. But now, dude, the other one though, you ready? It gets crazier because the other one was Elon's, right? Like Elon right here, dude. Elon did the same shit, right? He says people will die because of this. Look at this. Elon says people will die. Guys, let's just take in the world and process here, because Elon, he dismantled USAID. So Elon literally has killed people, thousands worldwide, by dismantling an aid program. And he is saying people will die. And what's more, proven experience matters. You remember Big Balls? Like, right? Or who's the guy who's in charge of Trump's terrorism, right? Remember the terrorism prevention guy? This dude, right? Dude, right? This guy in charge of Trump's terrorism? 22-year-old intern and a poli-sci major? Or Kash Patel? Or Pete Hegseth, right? The guy who's like in charge of the DOD, who ain't a general, right? Ain't a general, ain't fucking, has no major combat experience, no experience even managing a large budget. But Elon's like, people will die. Dude, and I got in here too, and I was like, dude, you are a dumb fuck, right? You are. And every time you tweet, Elon, you just remind us that you don't deserve your wealth. And oh my God, the people in here are like so torqued, bro. Dude, they are so torqued. Like, this guy got mad at a different conversation. This guy is like, I put down billionaires. And so this Julian Fry old man has been in all my replies today because I said we should tax billionaires and these fucking clowns. Okay, dude, everybody here is like saying, ooh, 25% of the calls is worth the risk. Oh, right. She was never a firefighter. Oh, citing percentages. Oh, right? They are fucking so crazy. They are so freaked out about this. She has no experience with actual fires. Dude, the fire commissioner is not putting out fires, okay? The fire commissioner's job, they're not out there like battling fires. They're out there to listen to the firefighters that are in charge, okay? The commissioner is an administrative job. It's management of departments, you know, and I'm sure her 31 years of EMS experience, which is 80% of what FDNY does, will actually be really valuable. I think it will be far more valuable than if a firefighter was running it who didn't have a lot of experience being an EMT or managing the EMT division, you know, because the firefighters, I'm sure if you go a step down below the commissioner to the chiefs in charge of the fire department, I'm sure those fucking fire chiefs know what they're doing. Okay? They don't need a fireman up at top in the commission to tell them how to fight fire. I am certain that all of the fire chiefs that are running the various divisions of FDNY, those motherfuckers know how to fight fires. Okay? They do. They don't need a daddy. They don't need Trump daddy up there like telling them how to fucking rake the floor and shit. Like, come on, man. Dude. If only she had experience as a second-rate weekend Fox host. Dude. Oh, it is a shitstorm though, guys. Yeah, isn't this crazy though? It is crazy because, guys, what's wild about this, okay? What is wild about this is that they won't acknowledge how for them Trump had no fucking experience and they love him and he keeps appointing people with no fucking experience and they love that. Dude, Erica Kirk just took over TPUSA. She has no fucking experience. She's never run a multi-million-dollar nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? She's hardly done anything like that. She's done a couple like charity projects or whatever, right? She does have grifting experience, but you know what I'm saying? So there are these crazy standards. Now, what I thought was interesting, guys, was how MAGA. What I thought was interesting is how MAGA, like how these bigots will twist their mind. Like, let me show you like one of the replies, okay? Because I did get in here with some of these guys, and hold on, let me show you a reply or two, okay? Because there was a very specific technique that would happen, guys, okay? Where, for example, okay, I got in and did some replies, right, with, let me find it here. Where is it? So I believe it was under this one, okay? So it was under the 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪 one, okay? Because 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗪, who was at one time an anchor, okay? She's a black woman who was an anchor on ESPN, okay? And right? And so what was crazy about this is she was like, why must they lead with this? Okay? Why must they lead? Oh, why do you have to lead with the sexuality? Why do you have to talk about the fact that she's gay? Like, why does that have to be mentioned? Right? Right? Is this person the most qualified? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you focus on their sexuality? And it's like, again, Zoran is not focusing on the sexuality. The gay haters are focusing on the sexuality. They can't see anything but the sexuality, right? That's all they can see. Now, what's interesting, though, is she said the constant focus on sexuality and diversity is exhausting and dangerous. And I'm like, that's interesting, because I was like, you know what? Representation matters. it's like if there hadn't been someone who led with the first black woman to be an anchor, you would have never even gotten a fucking job. You know what I'm saying? Like 𝗙𝗪𝗍 only got a job at ESPN because at some point there was a black woman who became the first black woman to ever become the anchor of a news program. And that led to 𝗙𝗪𝗍 getting a job. And like, yet she's still like, oh, can we stop talking about like diversity? I know she is like mind melded. You know what I'm saying? She ladder puller. Exactly. Dude, it's crazy. Like, how are people ladder pullers? I don't understand the ladder pulling, guys. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I don't get it. But so these guys got in here, okay? Like, look at these guys, right? These guys are like, she has zero experience as a firefighter. She should be EMS boss only, okay? Ex-decorated firefighter should be commissioner, right? But these guys, I guarantee you these guys support Pete Hegseth, guys, who has no experience, okay? These guys were like clowns. Look at them though. They're right. They're fucking attacking, right? They're fucking attacking her. I'm like, dude, look at this though. This is funny because this guy, of course, puts down her looks, her size, her whatever sexual orientation, which has nothing to do with anything, right? And he says, isn't the most qualified. I'm like, dude, she's worked in FDNY for 31 years. Okay, the last couple commissioners, not only were they not firefighters, but they never even worked at FDNY. But look, then all of a sudden he changes up and he says, so it's an ongoing problem. Dude, isn't that funny? Like this person never had a problem with the fire commissioner in New York, right? Never had a problem. There's no problem. There's no tweets from this person about like the fire commissioners. Oh, we haven't had firemen as fire commissioners. But now as soon as a lesbian gets the job, this guy melts down. And when he finds out that she has 31 years of experience and the last couple commissioners had none, he's like, oh, this is an ongoing problem now, right? That now is getting even worse, okay? Right? It's like now, oh, shit. Dude, you know what I'm saying? How they change the fucking tack, right? And they just completely, like, 31 years of FDNY experience is not okay with them. And now the thing that's crazy is we know, okay, if that was a straight white man who had 31 years of experience, or he could have 2 years of experience as a fucking, you know, a volunteer fireman in fucking Hoboken, okay? And never having gone on a fire call in his life. He could be a Fox News host with 2 years of volunteer Hoboken firefighter experience. And if he was a straight white man, they would be like, this guy's good. But this guy, he went to Harvard. He went to, oh, wait, no, we don't like Ivy League. He went to Wharton, just like the president. Dude, right? You know, dude, he could be a weekend Fox News host covering the Hoboken fucking state, the Hoboken Country Fair. Dude, just like Cenk Uygur, yes. What is your claim to fame, Cenk Uygur? I was refused by MSNBC. I was passed over by a mainstream news network. Oh, shit. Yeah, none of those guys lived in New York City. One of them lived in Philadelphia, so he was like crazy. Now, I will admit, I'm way more interested in New York politics now that my son lives there, right? I have to admit, I focus more on what's going on in New York now that Bryce lives there, for sure. I'm definitely like paying more attention to it, you know, because because I feel like now I kind of live there by extension. But oh, dance party goal. All right, dude, let's go. We'll get it. Dance party goal incoming. Let me fix this shit. But man, dude, the bigotry, guys, the bigotry is crazy. All right, we're gonna do 30 minutes. Dude, it is just crazy. There it is. Dance party goal, 20 super chats. Dude, Cenk brings up the fact that he went to Wharton. Does he really? Oh my God, dude. Dude, oh, that's what you meant by Cenk. I didn't know Cenk went to Wharton. Dude, that's crazy. Dance party, make the likes match the views. Dude, it would be insane. I'll give you guys a hint. I mean, I love that you guys are always trying to get more likes on the stream. But like, if you have 10% of the people watching liking, you're doing really well. Proud Liberal, let's go. Kicking us off. But I love it. I love how you're hustling likes. But man, yeah. Well, so I guess the thing that I realize that, of course, Lillian Bonsignor is making us realize is that, guys, right? Look at this, right? It is again targeted. Dude, Blunt, let's go, baby. Oh, I mean, even the way Libs of TikTok put it is what they did was apparently at the news conference, the talk about her being the first openly gay commissioner was at the end, right? But what they do is they pull that out, right? Of course, Libs of TikTok is like, ooh, they just hired her because she was gay. They don't mention her 31 years experience. And I mean, if you look at her resume, dude, her resume is insane, guys. Okay? I mean, look at what her resume is. Okay? So her resume is like, so cat turds, she's never been a fighter, has zero experience being a firefighter, which means she'll get no respect from firefighters and blah, blah, blah. Okay. But now, dude, let's look at her fucking resume. Okay. Her resume is crazy. Okay. Let's see what we got here. People listed out. Let me find one where there's a listing. She is gay, yes. Surprise, surprise. Dude, Pika, let's go! Oh! But her resume is nuts, okay? So, let's see here. Oh, I think did I like a tweet earlier? People have been listing it out. All right, let's just ask the AI. Okay, so here's what we got. 31-year veteran of FDNY, okay? Right? She was chief of EMS operations for 3 years, okay? Managing 4,300 people through the pandemic, 1.5 million EMS calls per year. And she was the chief of EMS. She was the chief of the EMS Academy for 3 years. So she was chief of the training where they train all of the FDNY people. Okay, she was the deputy assistant chief in 2014. She was the deputy chief, right, for 4 years. She was a captain for 5 years, EMS in Brooklyn. She was a lieutenant and a paramedic, right? And she was an EMT for 11 years before she did that. She was a 9/11 responder, okay? She was, led them through the pandemic, and she spearheaded the rollout of motorized power stretchers for city ambulances, right? Dude, right? 23 years of leadership, 31 years of fucking full-on experience, and she managed the biggest EMS department in the whole fucking country during the pandemic when everybody was dying, right? but she doesn't like schlong. Dude, that's hilarious. Let's go, Tommy. Ella, hope you had a great Xmas. I did. I had pretty chill. But dude, isn't that crazy? Like, her resume is insane. I mean, you know what's wild? The fact that she was the chief of the training program as well. So not only was she the chief of the department, but she was the chief of the academy that trains everyone. And so, like, man, she has like insane amount of like skill. You know what I'm saying? Dude, dude, isn't that funny? Oh my God. Right? Yeah. But dude, you're right. Natalie, you're right. She may like the strap. We don't know. But so what's wild about it too, Pinky, let's go. Oh, let's go. But the crazy thing, guys, is how they are only focused on this. The only thing they're focused on. Why is this a big deal? So this is a big deal because we're seeing how misogyny and anti-LGBTQ sentiment is still the most prevalent thing. Okay? I mean, MAGA and cis, they don't care about LGBTQ people. They don't have a thing against women. They don't, right? Their only harm is transing the kids and transgender for everyone and the immigrants. And like, but the reality is no, they can't stand like LGBTQ people. And the minute a qualified LGBTQ person gets a job, they are like, this person doesn't deserve it. How dare you shove that down my throat? I mean, yes, as they crash Grindr. Exactly. Because they don't care if you're gay as long as you're Benny Johnson gay, which means you can be gay, but you got to get married and have kids and pretend like you're straight and go, hey guys, right? Hey guys, I'm not gay. Look at my kids. Look. I don't know how to hold them because, you know, but hey guys, dude, let's go. You got to be closeted. Dude, Johnner, let's go. You got to be closeted in order to pass. That's what matters to them. If you're out of the closet, you're done. Dude, Benny is so closeted. Dude. All right, so let's look for an image of her. Dude, she's crazy fucking experienced in her, where's her dress thing? Is this it? Right? There she is. I mean, dude, she's got a bunch of shit. She's got a bunch of patches. Dude, I bet she kicks ass, boss. I do. I bet she fucking kicks ass, bro. All right, so look at this guy. Dude, she's got more bling than that dude does. You know what I'm saying? Look at that shit, dude. She's got more bling than this little homie over here. Oh, let's go. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, it's so crazy. You adore lesbians? Yeah, I have some ex-girlfriends that are lesbians, right? I guess they were bisexual while we were dating, but like one of woman that I lived with several years, actually in this amazing house, she just married a woman, right? And they seem very, very in love. You know what I mean? And I love that, dude. Fuck it. Dude. Does she know how to put out fires? Yeah, well, I mean, it's not her job to put out fires. It's her job to manage the people that put out fires. Okay? What I do know is that, right? Needs a weekly spot on Midas Touch. Hey, man, dude, it may happen, guys. You never know. You never know. All I know is this, is I don't know if me and 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗧 would ever have that kind of relationship because I'm a little aggressive and over the top. But we'll see. But I did get the 𝗙𝗢𝗟𝗍𝗪𝗍 fucking follow the other day. The other morning while I was editing, dude. It came through while I was editing. Oh shit. I was like, let's go. So he knows who I am, right? They know who I am now, which is a start. Right? Dude, let's go. Never change? No, I won't ever change. I mean, the only thing I would do is obviously if I were to go on, CNN or something mainstream like that, I wouldn't swear, right? I would have to keep the swearing down to a minimum, right? But I'm not going to change my sort of aggressive in your face style. Don't join 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗧. So I don't have an idea on joining anybody. The one thing that I would like, right? What I would like would be to have access to an editor. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be amazing. That's what you look at if you look at a place like 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗧, it's not like you want to be a part of it, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really the flavor that's a part of them. But the way Adam Mockler, he has access to like their editors. Like if you have access to their editors or their research department, so you can get information and or, like have access to, that's the thing that is amazing about things like 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗧 is they have research departments where they have, if you want certain clips of Trump saying X, Y, or Z, or finding some type of clip to support this sort of thing, they'd have access, right? You'd be able to like use their research department and their editors. I mean, that's what I would like from a bigger sort of outfit like that. Be you, I will be me. Thank you, Harleys, right? But I don't want to jump the gun simply because somebody followed me doesn't mean that they're like trying to hire me, okay? Right? Let's keep perspective, right? I mean, he knows who I am, but that doesn't mean he's like giving me my own show on the 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗧 Network, right? It's like there are many steps in between those things, right? But seems probably overqualified. Yes, but the MAGA chuds just want to like they're mad that she's gay, right? Let's go, baby. 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗧 is doing what corporate media used to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, guys. For me, I don't have the same corporate media hatred that like other people do. I don't have the same hatred of like the corporate, political structure that other people do because there's a use to it, right? Like the thing about corporate media, you know what I'm saying? The thing about corporate media is I know we like to rag on them, but like, guys, we're all political and we're all slanted. There is no media that is not slanted. Everybody has a slant. You have an angle. You have a predilection for how you cover things. Now, the thing that I appreciate about corporate media is the legal department. Okay, that's what I appreciate about corporate media is they have a legal department and they have like a standards and practices department where they have to run their stories through like them not being able to get sued, which creates a level of accuracy that independent media don't need to meet. So independent media is like inaccurate, okay? And corporate media is far more accurate, like 99% of the time. And so that is what I appreciate about MSM, right? Is that mostly it's going to be more accurate. And because the shit has to be vetted. Same with top newspapers and stuff, you know what I mean? But again, right? You don't like how they'll never speak about issues with big corps. Yeah, I know, but like, You know, sometimes they do. It depends on the issue. It depends on the story. You know, and I mean, Fox, though, technically isn't news. Fox considers itself entertainment under the law. So they skirt some shit, right? They do. Fox does. But dude, I'd love to be on, I would love to have a show on MSNBC or NBC or ABC. Dude, I would love to have a mainstream media show. Who wouldn't? You go to a studio, you get there, you go and sit in makeup. Your makeup artist every morning, you go and work like fucking 2 hours in the studio, and then you fucking make like $500,000. Like, who wouldn't want that job? Like, come on, bro. Are you kidding me? Or $1 million a year to go like get the makeup artist getting you ready, and you go and you sit at your fucking nice studio set? Come on. I mean, dude, we'd all kill for that shit, bro. Dude, are you kidding me? I would love that. I would love that shit. But I mean, I'd have to be able to like be me, right? I wouldn't go in there and do that and be like, hi, my name is Tommy Harrington. How are you? Welcome to my show called like, We Don't Swear. Dude, yeah, no, I am way too raw. I'm pretty raw, dude. But you never know though, dude. You never know, man. You just never know, dude. I mean, but again, I don't hate the mainstream media. I don't. I've never had that hatred. I like it. I appreciate what it does. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me though, I guess I don't really look at like, you know, I don't really look at the corporate structure as my enemy. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's probably because I'm a fucking white guy and it's not my enemy. That shit is not my, you know what I'm saying? Right? But dude, I feel like right now my enemy is Christianity, guys. My American enemy right now is Christianity. Okay? Right? It is. It is, right? Right? You just like the way they title their videos clickbaity and sensational. Yeah, but so the thing about the clickbaity shit though is that the clickbaity shit is not the clickbait doers, like it's not entirely their fault. Okay? The algorithms, like online algorithms, move you into a type of behavior where if you want to prosper in the algorithm, you have to participate in the algorithm, right? And I mean, this is the thing though, guys. This is with all systems, right? Like it's like, you know, it's like the Democratic Party is a system. And so if you go to Washington, you want to get shit done, you got to participate in the system to some degree or you won't get shit done. And it's the same with like titling, like, you know, YouTube, if people won't click on things that aren't sensationalist, then you have to be sensationalist to some degree, or you're not going to get the clicks, right? The algorithm won't promote you. It only promotes you if you participate in it, right? It sucks. I mean, algorithms are inherently like, you know, they're inherently like problematic. Stop stupidity. Let's go. It sucks. And I mean, it does. You know what Bingewood said there. It goes back to news headlines as well. Okay, this is why, you know, a good example are the gossip magazines. Okay, they're like YouTube titles are like the magazines you see in the shopping line. Okay, what used to happen is you go to the shopping line where, you know, you're standing in line with your grocery cart and there's 20 magazines. And the one you're going to look at is the one that says like Jennifer Aniston is having an alien's baby. And you're like, holy shit, Jennifer Aniston is having an alien's baby? Like, what the fuck? I gotta grab that magazine and look at that shit. It not only sucks, it swallows. It does indeed. Ha ha ha. Dude, that's what it is. And so you're competing with those 20 magazines that are trying to get you to grab the magazine off the shelf and open it up and maybe buy it. And that's literally what YouTube is doing with titles, where the more people use YouTube, the more sensationalist that shit gets, because people just aren't buying the magazine anymore. So now you need to come up with something outrageously triggering even to entice the click, you know? And it's sort of like, it's just like part of it is human nature, and part of it is the way marketing works, you know, the way like when there's saturation, right? Because YouTube is like saturated now. I mean, dude, you know, 10 years ago, right? 12 years ago when Pac-Man and Kyle Kowinski and all these guys were getting started, it wasn't like that. But now, man, it is so saturated. It is like every day, billions of minutes of shit are getting uploaded. So figuring out how to market in that saturation is so difficult. Like, dude, let's go. Stop stupidity. Can I just tell you guys, I spend almost equal amount of time doing a thumbnail and titles as I do editing the fucking video. I shit you not. Like the thumbnail and title, sometimes I am spending as much time just figuring out the thumbnail and title as I am editing a video, right? Videos can take anywhere from 1 to 4 hours, depending on how well I covered it online. And then the thumbnails usually take about an hour, maybe sometimes an hour and a half, right? So sometimes I spend an hour and a half on video and an hour and a half on a title and thumbnail, right? It's like crazy, man. And yeah, no, the AI thumbnails are like shitty, right? They are, dude. And I'm kind of bummed that people are starting to use them. You know what I'm saying? I am. I'm bummed that people are starting to use them. And what's more though, you ready? What's more about it is you do toe the line where 𝗙𝗎 said, where you gotta be sensational, but you can't be completely fake, right? Because then you lose people, right? So, and what's more is if your title isn't like actually what the thing is, you won't get a lot of watch time too, right? You know what I'm saying? You know? And title and thumbnail editor first. I mean, not necessarily. I don't mind doing the thumbnails and the titles. I don't. I feel like the titles are the hardest thing, right? Like you're not really gonna find somebody who's a title. Like the people that are good at titles make a lot of fucking money. It is an art. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Right? That's the thing, right? That's the thing that's crazy. Like, I think the good YouTubers like learn based on the fucking the titles, right? You got to learn how to title, right? The algorithm is absolutely your overlord, right? It is. The algorithm is your overlord. But see, the thing that I like though, let me tell you why I like algorithms, okay? Because algorithms are a puzzle, okay? They're a puzzle because like what works for Keith Edwards doesn't work for me necessarily, or what works for Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't work for me. But studying them, it allows me to study me, right? And so it's like a puzzle that you're trying to put through, because at any given time, the algorithm favors certain things and you never know what it is, but you have to keep changing your shit to stay fresh, right? You know what I'm saying? You have to keep changing your shit to stay fresh, right? That's what I like about it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And right? Set up a section in Discord for people to submit thumbnails. Yeah, but I'm not really looking for help right now. You know, I'm good, right? I'm learning, you know. I like doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, I don't mind a lot of work, right? But for me, I really want to like maximize my knowledge and understanding of the algorithm, right? You know what I'm saying? I do. You know, there's like, it's like keywords, and then it's words that fucking, right, blows up, collapse, backfires. Those can be good. It depends. It depends on the subject matter, right? You know what I like now? What I like now, dude, let's go. Dude, Sean, you hate clickbait? I mean, we do. So what I like now is now YouTube has this thing where you can do up to 3 titles for one video. And so I like that because you can have like one that's like a traditional sort of, you know, capitalized letters on some words phrase. And then you can have one that comes at it from a different angle, and one that is like, you know, this is an insane interview. And then you can see which one pulls in the most watch time. And it's really cool, right? It's like an ABC test. And I love that. I use that on every video. It's like, I like this shit. You know what I'm saying? And so what they do is they randomly, like anytime somebody sees your thumbnail, they randomly give them one of the 3, and then you get to see, you know what I'm saying? You know, right? And like, you know, but it is a thing, right? Like if you want to be, I've said this before, if you want to do online content, guys, there's always like 3 things, okay, to any online content. Doesn't matter if it's YouTube or TikTok or whatever. But number 1, you got to be creating the content, which means part 1 is like your personality, your authenticity, the character you play while doing your content. Okay? Stop stupidity. Let's go. And so that is like one part of it is the personality in your niche, right? If you're a legal guy, what type of legal personality are you? Are you the serious, strong type? Are you the comedy legal guy? Are you the trustworthy guy? Are you the guy who's like dashing looking and like everybody feels safe around, right? One is your personality, the character you play, all right? You have to hone that and find that and manage that. Oh shit, I'll finish this up. Dude, we need 6 more, 3 minutes. Let's go. Let's get this dance party, okay? Dude, I love it. I've given you a little, this is like my Tommy's fucking marketing fucking information shit. Dude, dance party time. Let's go, dude. All right, because there are 3 pieces to online content, guys. 3 main pieces. All right. Well, technically there's 4, but there are 3 main ones. The 4th one is secondary. All right. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Snow puppies whine nervously at the clock. Let's go, Sam. Dude, Pinky Parker coming in hot. Let's go. Oh. All right. I think we need 2 more. 2 more. Dose in dose. Almost too much energy. I have a lot of energy, Golf. I have way too much energy, and I slept until like 11 p.m. tonight. So, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. All right, uno mas. Let's hit it. There it is. Ella, Ayo, let's go dance party. All right, we did it. Dude, the goal is complete. Dude, Tara done. Let's go. Bringing it in. Let's go. All right. So here's my thing. I'm going to give you the 3 and the 4th. Okay. So number 1 is your character. Okay. And everybody you got to have a character, and your character has to have some type of identity that is fused through all of your shit. And then it helps if you have a catchy name that feels like the character. Like when I was doing Fortnite, John Robinson, let's go. I had a tag phrase that was the world's oldest Fortnite pro. Okay. World's oldest Fortnite pro. And that phrase, like that tagline, the world's oldest Fortnite pro, like it generated a lot of activity because a lot of young people would be like, you're not a pro. You're not good enough to be a pro. And like, so it made people hate me. It made people love me. They kind of knew exactly what I was right out of the box. So your character and your tagline, your name, whatever it is, you got to have an identity and something that you're selling, some type of personality you're selling. Then number 2 is the creative part, which is now creating shit, editing and adding sounds and shit and making shit that feels like your identity. Okay. Like my stuff has a lot of cuts in it and there's swooshing screens and shit like that. And I get big or I get small, but that like fits my personality. You know, if it was just me full screen talking and then it cut to content, it might not feel as like political punky, but I have like the music and the swooshes and all that. So that's your editing part, which is like the creative shit, you know? And then the third part though is the algorithm. And that one is really important, right? Like you can have a great personality and you can make a great fucking, you know, you can have a great personality and you can do great edited shit, but you do have to learn about the algorithm of your platform, whether it's TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. They're all different, and you have to learn how they work. And my thing is I suggest not to use things like vidIQ and all that for your titles. What you want to do for your titles, guys, is you want to look at your niche, okay? Right? Rhetorical mode, let's go. And this is for all online content. You want to look at your niche, okay? That's what you fucking need to do. Like if you're making finance, okay? If you're making finance videos, you need to look at all of the finance video makers, especially the successful ones, and you look at how they're titling. What words are they using? What do they always capitalize the word like, you know, profit, right? You sort of look for the patterns of what the people in your niche are doing, and then you start trying some of that shit and figuring out what works for you, and you try to find some things that they're not doing that work for you, and you just sort of keep morphing with it. But it's really it's more about your niche. Like YouTube is very niche, you know what I'm saying? Right? Or niche, I guess. I always call it niche. That's not the right pronunciation. It's like very niche, right? Where every, you know, like left wing, like for example, a left wing content creator won't really use the word trigger, okay? Right? But a right wing content creator will use the word trigger, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like really interesting. Like left wing and right wing will often use different like words and shit, you know, but you have to study you have to fit into your thing, right? You have to fit into your fucking community in a way. If you want to really grow, if you want it to prosper inside the algorithm, you know, you got to find your shit, you know? Yeah, and then the fourth thing, which is minor, becomes about like cross social network like growth, which means like if you're doing YouTube, you need to have another platform outside of YouTube that you're also growing on. I mean, if you can grow on multiples on all of them, it's great. But you do have to have one other platform at least that is a place where you're you know, reaching a bunch of people that don't see you on YouTube at all, right? You need to be like outside your space, right? For me, that's Twitter, right? I'm growing on Twitter and I'm growing on YouTube, right? I mean, you know, I also would like to use Instagram and TikTok, but I don't really have the bandwidth for them now. And there's not really, you know, I'm not so concerned about virality now as I'm more concerned about building this daily community with everyone. So I'm just sticking to the ones that I like, that are easy for me to do and allow me to have a little bit of like a thing, because the thing about this is they're weirdly cross-pollinating, right? Like for example, if I have something blow up on Twitter, right, my videos on YouTube will do well when my tweets are doing well on Twitter. And like, I don't know why that happens, but it's like the algorithms are connected to each other. So if you're going viral on one platform, there's a really good chance that your other platforms will go viral too, or will feed a little bit of that virality, right? The NSPM7 and Trump's list. Yeah, what is, I forget what the NSPM7 is, right? But yeah, no, what 𝗙𝗏𝗏 said, though, is accurate. Like, if you're going to do the thing, guys, that you have to realize, everybody wants to be a content creator until you realize, like, what it takes, right? Which is why I got so annoyed at that person who said you should get a job and do YouTube part-time. Because the problem is you can't really do, I mean, you can. There are, like, exceptions who do shit part-time and it grows, but I've never been able to operate that way. For me, I have to be, like, it is like 60 hours a week minimum, okay? It is like minimum. Oh, niche is? Okay, great. Thank you, Jenny. Right? It is. It is like you are always on, okay? When you're in content, like, you may see shit like 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 or whatever. These people that grow, you are always on, okay? You are always on. It is 7 days a week. It is 24/7. You are always on some platform, right? I mean, you have to get into the skeleton of the system. You have to become part of the nervous system if you want like big growth. It is. And then you don't know. It could be 3 months, 3 years, 10 years. You have no idea. Like, there's no guarantee of when it's going to pay off, right? It's a lot of work, you know, and it's exhausting sometimes. It is, dude. Sometimes I get fucking exhausted, but it definitely becomes your life. But the thing about this, though, is like, I like this, right? I like this life. You know, I like the always on, like, Twitter and YouTube, like, interaction. I like that life. It's like, it's very enjoyable to me, you know? Think about doing a collaboration with some other streamers too. I don't really think about that, Iron Fist. I mean, if that comes my way, I will, right? And I mean, there would be a certain growth element to me trying to, like, elbow my way into collaborations, but I'm not really trying to be ladder climbing. I like just coming here and speaking by myself. I really enjoy it. And if the universe provides me with collaboration, I will certainly participate in it, but I'm not looking for it at all. I have no desire. I just like doing my thing. And then I'll let the universe shake that out, right? Because I like just having a one-man show, kind of the way that my one-man band was. You got to remember, I was a one-man band, right? I used to tour the country by myself, okay? You know what I'm saying? That was my thing. Dude, let's go. We'd miss you if you go mainstream. Dude, you don't, the thing about that mainstream stuff, though, is like, you don't, yes, Jenny, kind of a control freak, respectfully, this is true. So you don't really get to choose, like, if you go mainstream, you know what I'm saying? Like, that kind of shit just has to happen, right? Dude, let's go. It says, Reality says, you're spreading a message at a critical time that is so very important. For goodness, you're on the right side of history. Yeah, I mean, I think I have something to offer right now, right? I do have something to offer right now, which is like, you know, relentless positivity and belief that we're going to make it through this unscathed, right? And I just know it. You know what I'm saying? I know we're going to be all right. I think we're, you know, as a country, we're going through some shit that I think we kind of need to go through. I think a lot of us need to shake up the fucking doldrums. And unfortunately, you know, we're not out of the dark just yet, guys. Oh man. You know what I'm saying? To feed the algorithm takes considerable amounts of content. Yeah, it can. It can, right? Right? But dude, it's like it's a lot of hard work. Now, here's what's going on now though, guys. What is crazy, okay? What is crazy about this? And yes, no, I can talk nonstop. Dude, no, I can talk nonstop, right? But it is like, I guess the thing that I find concerning right now is this thing, dude. I don't know if you saw it. Let me see if I can find this. I saw something that was like AI facial recognition. Let me see. Where was it? There was a... Oh, let me see if I can find this tweet. Okay, maybe I liked it, but there was some I saw today that was like, whoa, we might be in trouble. Okay, but it had a girl with a Joker face. Hold on, let me cue this up. It was facial recognition. It was like, no, that's not what it's called. Not AI fake. What's it called when you are tied into where your motions happen with the character? Like Avatar uses it. It is, what is that called? When you're motion capture, okay? It was AI motion capture, okay, is what it was. And dude, this shit freaks me out, okay? It's AI mocap, all right? But like, I saw it with a face. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. Dude, I'm afraid of scrolling on Twitter of like, so I saw this thing. Let me see if we can just find it scrolling. Maybe we'll find it scrolling, that it's still on my timeline somewhere. Okay? But I saw this thing earlier that was a guy on one side of the screen and a girl Joker face on the other side of the screen. But it was a motion capture. He was moving his face and the avatar, the AI created image on the other side was moving its face to match. And it was like super frightening. Oh my God, dude, they're like going off on Elon Musk, bro. Dude, they're with all the, like, maybe it was on my following page. I had just scrolled on it. All right, it's definitely not that far back. All right, maybe it was on my following page. Dude, it was pretty wild. But it was like, oh wow, a whole new generation of like AI is coming. Okay? Hold on. It was on my phone. Let me see if I can find it. Let me look at my phone real quick. Oh, yeah, I found it. All right. You ready? It is I found it. You ready, dude? This is going to blow your mind, guys. Look at this shit. Right here. Look at this. Now, I don't know, right? Again, this may be fake. This may be fake, right? Like, this could very well be this guy rehearsed the video of the girl, and he is, like, making it seem like there is motion capture, right? In all likelihood, this is fake, okay? You know what I'm saying? In all likelihood, right? This guy's just memorizing this shit, okay? But my point is there is going to come a time in the perceivable future, right? In the not too distant future, where this type of ability to motion capture is going to be doable at home, okay? Like, and very cheaply, okay? Like, there are going to be apps where you're going to be able to, like, you know, it's going to, like, you're going to be able to take photographs of yourself, right? It's a Kling AI model. Okay, so it's not fake. But, dude, this shit is wild, okay? I mean, she looks like him, right? You know what I'm saying? This is crazy, though, okay? But now, look at what this person says, okay? Look at what this person says here. Says, people always doom when they, I love this tweet right here. People always doom when they realize that generative AI is going to ruin the credibility of digital media. But it's actually very hopeful. The internet devolving into a fake scammy slop fest is going to force many of us to return to analog social networks and IRL experiences. And I was like, guys, what if this Ray person here is right? Okay, I think this Ray person here may be onto something. You know what I'm saying? That, like, we're about to watch, like, digital media, online media has been like, oh my God, we love it so much. But I think digital media is going to get so fake, so scammy, so unrealistic to where there's not any real people on it anymore. And we're going to want to go down to the coffee shop. Like, we literally are going to be like, dude, I need to go hang out at the coffee shop. I want to go hang out with actual fucking people. Because what's going to happen, guys, is the minute this type of fake reality becomes like dominant, everything's going to be a scam. Okay? Everything's going to be a scam. People are going to be, like, lying to people. You're going to have that sense of fraudulence that is like festering inside you, you know? And I mean, we saw this, you know, when we saw this, guys, we saw the first wave of online dating, okay? Online dating went through this period where when online dating first came out, everybody got, like, so into it, but they were all misrepresenting themselves. They were so fake and so fraudulent that people, like, stopped online dating programs because they knew everyone on there was just lying about themselves. And it became, right? And eventually it became much more about, like, hooking up and swiping and finding sex tonight kind of thing. But I think, dude, we're about to get to a place where all of media is, like, not trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, where it is just, where you no longer trust digital media, man. I mean, dude, I have experienced it myself with AI just in the last year. I got, like, way in and way out of AI in under a year, guys, where I was like, holy shit, this stuff is polluted, you know? And you know, it's like, I think it's going to be, you know, I think it's going to drive people back out into third spaces, right? Because, like, third spaces disappeared at the same time that all of this quirky digital shit started occupying us. But everything is cyclical. Like, shit comes back. Vinyl has come back. And right behind vinyl, I think, is going to be people wanting to spend time in rooms with other people, right? Because pretty soon, dude, you're not going to be able to tell if your influencers are real or fake, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's pretty crazy. So yeah, I really, when I saw this today, I was like, man, this gives me a lot of hope. You know what I'm saying? Or follow that person. Gives me a lot of hope. Right? Dude, people with the Gooner gene are going to be entombed in an infinite generative stimulus stream. But I think the dopamine games will end for everyone else when it becomes untrustworthy. And that's it, guys. As it becomes untrustworthy, and it's already starting. It is already starting. I mean, guys, you ready for this? A perfect example is young people's exodus away from Facebook, okay? Young people left Facebook because Facebook became untrustworthy, right? That's why they left Facebook. And I'm telling you, even if Ellison buys TikTok and they turn TikTok into a right-wing like media machine, it's going to become untrustworthy. And they'll flee that too. Like the, you know, older people, boomers, are more likely to stay where their people are, and they're less concerned about trustworthiness because they already have property, they have shit. But I think that fucking, you know, I think that as media becomes untrustworthy, the young people are gonna keep evolving us. You know, dude, I don't trust media at all. And guys, I stopped using TikTok. I did. I stopped using TikTok. I used it in gaming. I was TikTok obsessed. But then I stopped it. I don't really use it politically. I mean, dude, TikTok is just, its algorithm is too addicty, right? It is. It's too addicty. And I have an addiction to Twitter, and I'm fine with my Twitter addiction, but I don't want a TikTok addiction too, man. It's too like, it gets its hooks in you, and you like can't stop. You know what I mean? Dude, it's a bunch of kids. Yeah. It's crazy to me that you know, young people are doing TikTok, right? I don't think young people should be on TikTok, right? And for me though, guys, too, you know when it lost me? It lost me when it became a shopping app, right? That's when it lost me. Because once TikTok became a shopping app, it's like I started noticing that it's just trying to feed me shit, so I will feel in a way that makes me buy cheap shit. And everybody's making ads for shit. And I don't want to watch a bunch of regular people making ads for microphones and shit. Do you know what I'm saying? I get all my cat dog videos from Instagram now, right? But yeah, that's my journey. I got off TikTok, dude. Right? You like the cat videos? I do like animal videos. Okay? I do. I like animal videos a lot. All right? You know, there's a video I sent Jenny. Let me share this one with you. All right? As long as we're on animal videos, let me share this guy. All right, and then we got to figure out what we're going to talk politics, guys. I have no idea what we're going to do, like political talk. I did nothing today. I mean, I did some videos, and then I slept, and then we went to see a movie. We went to see 𝗙𝗪𝗎. Holy shit, dude, that movie was crazy. Dude, 𝗙𝗪𝗎, what a fucking crazy movie, right? But dude, look at this shit, all right? This fucking video is nuts. You ready? Watch this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Look at this video. Dude, the dog. Oh, shit. Isn't that hilarious? Dude, that is good, boss. Dude, that shit is funny. Can I tell you though, guys? I had an experience, okay, that reminds me of. So, guys, I used to live in a 3-bedroom house by myself. Is it AI? I don't know if it's AI. Is it AI? It could be AI. I'm telling you, the AI animal videos, I have trouble seeing. But, dude, I had an experience like that. The reason why that hit me was because I used to live in a 3-bedroom house like 20 years ago, okay? I lived in a 3-bedroom house by myself, okay? I know it's crazy, but 20 years ago, I lived in a 3-bedroom house that was $800 a month here in Portland. And I lived in it alone because the basement, I had a recording studio in the basement, okay? And it was amazing. It was completely underground. I fucking ran a recording studio out of my house. And I also had a bartending job, okay? And that's how I made the record 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝗏 and that shit, was living alone in that 3-bedroom house. But I had 3 cats, okay? I had 3 cats. And one day, guys, I cooked a steak and I went into my bedroom and I set the plate with the steak on it on my bed. And one of my cats was like looking at the steak, and the cat jumped to the steak, bit into the steak, grabbed it off the plate, and like jumped off the bed and started fucking running with the steak, dude. It literally happened to me. And I was like, what the fuck, bro? My cat Stella just made a move on the steak. Dude, it was crazy. And she was off. I mean, I caught her and I got my steak back. But dude, I was cleaning the carpet off the steak for like 20 minutes, bro. It was highly unpleasant. What do you mean, what kind of cat? Just a cat, a black and white. She was black and white patches. Dude, Stella, she was crazy. Dude, she fucking bit the steak, boss. Right? So that video's AI, dude, highly disappointing. All right? Dude, how do you know that video's AI? Dude, it's so hard. It's like the animal videos, guys, are really hard to tell. Okay? I've said this before. I feel like the animal videos are the dangerous ones. Okay? The animal videos are the dangerous ones because they're very hard to tell. Okay? Because you know what I'm saying? They're very hard to tell. Like sometimes it's obvious when like a cat just morphs into a fucking donkey or some shit. But the animal videos are like super hard to tell. But here's the thing though, you ready? This ain't about us, okay? Guys, AI is not about us, okay? AI is about the 6-year-olds that are watching this shit, okay? That's what's going on with AI right now. It doesn't even matter for us. It's the fact that pretty soon 6, 7, 8-year-olds are going to be growing up with like an AI influencer that they follow, and they're not going to care that it's not real because their whole reality is going to be interacting with AI influencers, okay? And this is how all of this technocrat shit surges, okay? It's always the young people that come in and are like, oh, this is just the way it is. And so like, we're fine with it. You know, like, you know how I noticed it was in my generation with me and my son, it was advertising. Okay. I, being an older generation person, I resented internet advertising. I hated anytime I saw ads on my feed, I was like furious. Fuck these ads. And my kid, like, dude, he just watches the ads. He has no problem with internet ads. They don't bother him at all. He doesn't even care about them, right? Because he's just grown up with internet ads being another form of content. So he looks at a scrolling ad the same way he looks at any other post. He checks it out. And if he likes it, he likes it. Where when I see something's an ad, I resent it and I'm like, fuck these guys. Right? And like, so that's what's crazy is like the younger generation are growing up with this fucking AI normality that is going to, it's going to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? You know? It's going to be very interesting, guys. Oh, shit. Right? Right? AI needs to be regulated. I mean, there should be like a, yeah, there should be like a permanent like watermark in the middle of the stuff, right? Like there should be a watermark in the center of the fucking screen or something in all AI, like in the middle, like across the thing. I mean, dude, right? Oh shit, dude. Oh my God. Oh. Dude, the data centers are terrible, guys. Because, guys, here's the thing about data centers, okay? Data centers are a massive problem. You know why? Because data centers use more energy and more water, and they offload all the shit just like a factory does, okay? An AI data center chews up water and resources and emits heat and uses a bunch of electricity just like a factory. But you know what it doesn't do? It doesn't provide any jobs. 0 jobs. And in fact, it's removing jobs. So what it does is it's upping your energy costs, it's consuming your resources, it's emitting heat, and it's removing the ability of humans to take care of themselves. So it's like a negative, right? Like with a factory, the factory would do all that shit, would use electricity, would use the resources, would emit shit, but it would be employing your whole fucking town. So the factory at least made it so everyone in that town could now go and buy groceries and buy houses and shit like that. But now a data center, they have like no employees. It takes like 5 people to manage them, okay? So they don't provide any jobs, and they take the electricity, they use the resources, they emit heat, and then they're producing a product that is causing the people in the town to not have jobs, right? So, dude, they're terrible, bro. They're terrible. There is no positive to it unless you are a tech like maven, okay? And from what I understand is computer prices are about to go through the roof too. Like computer RAM and pretty soon CPUs and shit, they're going to be like, it's going to make the prices of all our computing go up, okay? Because they're all the chips that are getting used to mine Bitcoin or run data centers, you know? You know what I mean? Like, wow, dude. See, I've thought like we need digital data royalties, guys. We do. We need digital data royalties, which means every company that collects your data and uses your data, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, AT&T, Twitch, fucking whatever, every Toyota, fucking Ford, every company that uses your data has to pay you a little royalty for your data. So right? So you have a fund that is like songwriters, right? I put my music on Spotify and YouTube and all that, and then I have a fucking company that tracks the radio play and collects all that money, and then they pay me every month, right? And so anytime somebody streams my songs anywhere, right, on Facebook or wherever, that money, I get paid a royalty. And we should have that for our data, okay? We should have that for our data. All of our data that they're profiting with, we should all get paid just a minuscule royalty. So then what would happen is at the end of the month, 97 companies are pitching into your royalty pin, right? And everyone they sell it to is paying you a royalty. So then you're making a little bit of money. Like everybody has an income. I think that would be amazing, right? It feels like it's totally possible, right? I mean, they'd be making a little less money. But can I tell you though, like, dude, this shit is crazy. Okay, these billionaires are like, they're pretty gross, guys. Like, look at this post today. Like, I got into it with people, dude, today over this. Over, like, 𝗏𝗏 right now is probably going to get primaried. Okay, the billionaires are primarying 𝗏𝗏 because of a wealth tax. Okay, but look at this wealth tax, guys. This is in California. Right here, dude. Look at this shit. It says Larry Page and Peter Thiel are making moves to leave California by the end of the year to avoid a possible billionaire tax that could hit them where it hurts. But you know what the billionaire tax is, guys? It's 1%. 1% billionaire tax, guys. 1%. And look at this. I was like, fuck them. Wherever they end up should tax them too. These motherfuckers are bleeding the world of resources when they have more than they will ever need. It's time to stop giving them our souls. Tax the shit out of them. And dude, all these people are up in my shit. Billionaires haven't taken anything from you. I'm blue collar and I support this, right? Oh, their wealth is stock. They get to live on loans. Taxing billionaires, like, isn't a, you can't have unrealized gains tax. Everybody's calling me the R slur. They're like bagging on like the politicians for not fixing all their problems. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in here is fucking defending people. But like, dude, it's literally 1% bro. Okay? You know what I'm saying? They're the tax that they want to do. If you look at this tax, the proposal calls for, so it's 5%. All right? People worth more than $1 billion would be taxed 5%. Okay? But there was another one where it was like 1%, but that people were complaining about. But 5%, guys. 5%. Okay? Now, isn't that crazy? Dude, 5% is what they're fucking worried about. Okay? And it's a one-time tax, too. Okay? It's a one-time tax. So it's not like you have to pay this every year. It's literally just a one-time tax. Okay? Right? So Peter Thiel would pay $1.2 billion in taxes. This guy has $27.5 billion. Right? Right? But here's the thing, though. Here's one of the things, though, that was bothersome about this is like, here's what Peter Thiel and these billionaires and all of these people in my fucking comments here that are getting in here, okay, are like, you know what their reasoning is? Here's what their reasoning is, right? And Newsom is against it. Yeah, well, so Eddie, let me just tell you, Newsom is against it for a variety of reasons. Because one is he's leaving, he's crapped out, okay? So he's going to leave California on the side of big business because he's planning on running for president, okay? If Newsom had more terms as California governor, he may be different about that wealth tax, right? But with him running for president and being on the pro-billionaire side of the deal on a presidential run is the smart play in the beginning, right? That doesn't mean he needs to take their money, but you want to piss them off after you've won, right? And not piss them off while you're running, right? Yeah, I mean, it's smart politicking. But the point, though, that I want to make is there's there's a schism that happens when you talk about wealth tax. The billionaires and the people who defend billionaires say this. They say, you know what? Like, why should we give money to the government when the government doesn't spend it well? Okay? And that's what everybody was arguing. All the billionaire bootlickers in my replies were arguing, why should we give money to California? Like Newsom, we don't have that rail project. He hasn't fixed homelessness. All the government does is fucking blow all the money, and they don't solve any problems, right? But look at what I fucking said. Dude, what are you doing, boss? Dude, I don't know what your fucking deal is there, right? But that shit is like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, we have an anti-Semite in the chat. Dude, we knew something negative was coming from fucking that weirdo. Later, smell ya. Oh, it smells like Trump's diaper. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, later. Get shit on. Okay, but so look at this reply. I had a reply in here that was pretty good, right? Where this guy right here, okay? This, again, we don't know if these are real or bots, but this person says it's time to hold politicians, government accountable for their fraud and overspending. California spent $5 billion a year on homelessness, nothing to show for it. Blame the wealthy. What a joke. But like, look at this, guys. Billionaires, right? They blame the politicians. Hey, we don't want to give the government money because the government's not spending it well. They're not solving the problems. But like, guys, the billionaires could do it themselves. Okay? Right? Like, why aren't the billionaires clean the shit out? Let's go. John Robinson, let's go. Right? Like, why don't the billionaires just get together and end homelessness? They could do it. They could easily get together. They could spend that money more effectively than the government probably, right? And I wouldn't even mind them not being taxed if they got together and ended homelessness. If they got together and worked on the wealth gap, okay? In fact, yeah, tax credits for you, okay? They could provide free ambulance. They could do so much. But the thing that's really crazy about this, though, guys, is all they do is try to not pay anything into the system that helps people, and they just try to accumulate more wealth. But like, the problem is this, guys, right here. The problem is this, is you can't, okay? You can't have a billionaire if there's no homelessness, okay? If homelessness is gone and if poverty is eradicated, there wouldn't be any billionaires, okay? That would require a wealth distribution that doesn't take 90% of the wealth and put it in the hands of 10 fucking people, okay? Right? Like, that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. Homelessness and poverty is a requirement. Okay? It is. It is a requirement. That's what happens. When all the wealth gathers in the hands of the few, the many are going to be homeless and hungry. That's just how it works. There's like a finite amount of wealth in the world at any given time, at any given moment. And it's like, where is that wealth? If you divide it amongst everybody, nobody's a billionaire. If you take it away from 50% of the people, then a small group of people are billionaires and trillionaires. But they're only that because all of that wealth came from those small people, okay? The wealth comes from the $10 an hour stadium workers, right? The $10 an hour retail clerks. And then, and it's not even just Amazon though. It's everything, okay? Because the retail clerk is paid very little money and has no stock in the Gap. So the shareholders of the Gap have the money, right? And the CEOs and the upper management and the owners. right? I mean, anybody who can buy into the stock market, everybody who's already in that ownership class, 93% of the stocks are owned by 10% of the public, because all of that wealth from the entire stock market is accumulated in the hands of 10% of Americans. It's just, that's what capitalism does. It takes all the wealth from the people on the bottom and it puts it in the hands of the people up at the top. And the number one way, guys, it does this, the number one way is real estate. Okay? Real estate is the number one way, because all of the people on the bottom are renters. Okay? And renters go out and they work and they earn X amount of money, and then they take 1/3 of the money they earn every single month and they give it to an owner. Every month, they take 1/3 of their income. They only keep 2/3 of their income every month, because 1/3 of it goes to the landowner. Okay? And that's the fucking crazy shit. It is like, and a half if you're in a big city. It's definitely, but it's 1/3 to 1/2 of your income automatically disappears. And then another part of it goes to your food. Okay? Another part of it goes to your car insurance. Another part of it goes to your medical insurance. So then when you take the basic things of food and rent, right? Food, a place to live, and your insurances, like 75% of your wealth is already in the hands of wealthy shareholders, right? Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. And they're not working, okay? The wealthy shareholder is walking on a treadmill in his corner office on the phone, moving crypto markets with your money, with our money, right? There's somebody in an office not working. He's got a little headset on. He's walking on his treadmill, talking to his buddies about which crypto they're going to move and which crypto they're going to use to double their fortune that month with our money, dude. Dude, it's a bullshit system, bro. It is. Dude, I mean, think about it. Dude, it's crazy. You know? Right? But again, though, right here, what this guy said, this guy's not wrong. Okay, he said most of their wealth is locked up in stock value, right? And like, he says, meanwhile, you've damaged the small-time stock investors, but there are no small-time stock investors, okay? There are no small-time stock investors, right? 10% of the people own 93% of the stock. That means there aren't any small-time stock investors. They make you think there are, but there aren't any, bro. There are none, right? And these guys, they get to live off loans. And you know why they get to live off loans, guys? Okay, I'll tell you why. Because Elon Musk gets to live off a loan at a very low interest rate, because you and me pay like 24%. Okay? So we pay 20% on our credit card to barely be able to afford the car insurance, the health insurance, the food, and the place to live. And Elon Musk gets to borrow tens of millions of dollars at a tiny fucking interest rate. And he gets to spend a bunch of money, right? And we're the ones paying the interest that allows the banks to give them the huge loans, right? Dude, try living off disability. I can't even imagine, Nick. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I know. Like even with Elon, okay, with that argument here where people are talking about Peter Thiel or Elon, look at this shit. Let me show you something. Let me go back to that fucking post where Elon, where these people came into my thing and they were mad at me for this, right? Where Elon does this. Somebody got in my thing and said something about, like, this guy is like, oh, you think you should determine who is wealthy. This guy got mad at my other post, all right? But somebody said, look at this. Somebody said, Grok, how much has Elon Musk received from U.S. taxpayers? Okay, and look at this shit. Okay, Grok said Elon has received $35 billion for Tesla and $22.5 billion for SpaceX. So Elon has received like almost $60 billion. Okay? Now, I'm not saying Elon is a complete moron, which I personally kind of believe he is. But you ready for this, guys? I am here to say that I believe any person in America, if you give me $60 billion, I will be able to find workers to start a successful business in any fucking business on the planet. Okay? Right? If you give me $60 billion, I could run an NFL team. I could start a basketball team, even though I know nothing about basketball. I could hire the people to make any product, to make any business, and I guarantee I could make it a success. There is no doubt in my mind that given $60 billion, I mean, my God, guys, I was able to have no rent, and I was able to become a Fortnite success, okay? It's like, it's not hard to be a success when you have the money to fucking make shit happen, or you don't have to struggle just to keep a roof over your head. It's like anybody can fucking succeed at this shit. You hire people that are really fucking talented. You know what I mean? It ain't rocket science, boss. So like Elon, anybody who gets 60 billion could fucking have a successful business. Okay? And that's guaranteed money. Guaranteed money. That's contract money. Okay? Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about? These guys are not fucking, you know, special. They're not special, guys. Okay? They aren't. Dude, it's crazy. Shit is crazy. Now, somebody asked earlier, way back when we were talking about YouTube, like, can I get an intern? But like, guys, I don't like internships. I don't believe in internships, guys. I think, I mean, they're great because it's like really cool when people work for free for you. But it's like, I don't think internships are necessarily the, like, you know, I like to be able to pay providers. Okay. I do. You get better work and, you know, and right now I can't afford to pay anybody, right? It's going to be a while. It's going to be several years before I'm big enough to be able to hire an editor, right? But number of ultra high net worth individuals worth more than 30 million has grown 70% from 2020 to 2025. That's crazy. Yeah, but that's because people who have like 20 million are turning it into like 100 million, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like crazy, dude. It's crazy, boss. It is. It is, dude. The wealth explosion is nuts. Yeah, I don't really like the exploitation. Like, let me just tell you how I am. You ready for this? So I have a massage therapist that I see every week, okay? And it's not cheap, right? But it's the only real expense that I have, okay? Which is like, and it takes care of my body and helps me sort of do this work and be unscathed physically and spiritually, right? But so she had a thing where she was offering a special for massages, right? While she was like expanding her client base or whatever. And I continued paying full price. You know what I'm saying? Even though I could have booked some massages at the discounted rate. But like, I like paying her full price. You know what I'm saying? I do. I like paying her full price because she provides me with this incredible service. And so like, I don't know. I enjoy paying her the full amount, right? And I love that other people are getting a discount and maybe they're going to go and do that thing. But like, if I was broke, maybe I would take her up on that. But like, I'm not broke right now. I'm almost out of debt. So I don't mind paying full price when I'm almost out of debt. But billionaires are not like that. Okay? Right? They're not, dude. Billionaires are not fucking like that, boss. They don't want to pay full price ever, you know? And like, dude, we got to do something though. We got to do something about real estate, guys. because this whole idea, right? If Trump goes through with the 50-year mortgage, we're going to have an entire generation of young people that are never going to fucking own their homes, guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like, they're going to cut healthcare and they're going to tie people into 50-year mortgages. And the people that have the 50-year mortgages are going to die younger because they don't have any healthcare. Their plan is real easy. All right. We're going to have a bunch of young, like an entire generation of people die without owning their shit. Dude, it is like so toxic. A 50-year mortgage and people without health care is going to be people dying at 45 and their fucking house goes to the fucking bank, bro. After they paid for 30 years, dude. They're going to pay for 25 years and then the house is going to go to the bank. Dude, it is like a chance for the venture capitalists, like money hedge funds, to literally loot an entire generation, dude. You know? Like, isn't that crazy? It is gonna be gnarly. I know 30 is bad enough, right? 30 years is bad enough. Hold on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You ready? All right, let's figure out what we're gonna do next. Here's some music for you while I go to the bathroom. All right, we gotta do some more politicking. I know tonight might just be a philosophical stream. All right, but I'll be back. Hang tight.
Red, red, who's your lover now? Red, red, who's it all about? To my psychosis friend, down and begin again. His eyes are broken in, and I don't feel the same. Red, who's your lover now? Red, red, who's it all about? Me, I grew, and I knew, if I do, and I do, think you threw your pains away. Yeah, I do.
Let's go.
I think you threw your pains away. Yeah, I do. I think you threw your pains away. I do.
All right. I think you threw your pains away. Yeah. All right. So, dude, let's do some politicking, shall we? Okay, shall we do a little politicking? Because somebody sent me a video. All right, you ready? Like, remember the video we watched of the limo driver? Okay, the limo driver. So the limo driver now has a YouTube channel, guys. Okay, the guy who's the limo driver, he's got a YouTube channel called Good Old Daniel. Okay, it's been around for a couple of years. It's been around since 2021, but now he is starting to post a bunch of videos about Dusty's mom, about Donald Trump, about like, but it's making me, it's feeling a little suspicious, okay? That all of a sudden this guy, because the thing is why isn't this guy going to a journalist, right? Why isn't he like reaching out if he has this information, okay? We know if I have information that's going to sink Donald Trump, I'm gonna call somebody at the Washington Post. I'm going to call somebody at the New York Times. I'm going to go somewhere institutional where there's a structure that can bring this man down, right? If I have like insider information, especially if my stepdaughter died because of these guys. And so this guy, okay, this guy is like, he's starting to post all these videos. And now, though, look at this, 25,000 views on this one. He posted the one that we watched, right? And now he's got a number 2 to Donald J. Trump. But it's like what we're about to see is we're about to see the fucking, right? We're about to see him probably do what Candace Owens is going to do, where if this starts becoming a moneymaker, he's going to make a new video every day. He's going to make a new Donald Trump video. Let me tell you about this story kind of deal. Right. And so like last night, watching Candace Owens last night really like hit me in a way, because last night is when I realized the downside of Candy O, okay? Right? The downside of Candy O is really important to pay attention to, because I appreciate Candy O for destroying MAGA, fighting, TPUSA, right? She's creating rifts. She's creating shit in the middle of this MAGA movement and like screw the midterms. And she's causing some political damage. And that is great. But Candace Owens is doing another thing, guys, where she is sowing distrust in our existing reality. Okay? She is sowing distrust in our existing reality. Okay? She is propagating this idea that you can't trust anything you see or read or hear or are told, but you gotta come to Candy and like she's gonna work it out with you, right? And then people, and this is, it's another type of fascism, guys. Okay, it is another type of fascism, where it is it's like social media fascism, where what ends up happening is we all start doing away with the truth, and then we will have voices that rise up that become the spokesperson for whatever viewpoint of distrust. And then everybody will pile in with their favorite distrusting like spokesperson where, you know, instead of Donald Trump being the president, there's now like 100 Donald Trumps. And depending on which cult you're going to join, you're going to go and listen to that person, and they're going to give you all the ways that you should be distrusting reality. And we're starting to see a lot of this, guys. We are starting to see a lot of like, I mean, you get on social media now, and there's a lot of like people are living outside reality. You mix a little Christianity in there, and it's like, whoa, bro, right? You know? It's getting a little crazy. But so anyway, somebody sent me this video, okay? And so we're going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it on his YouTube channel. I went ahead and downloaded it, but I want to watch some of it. I'm just intrigued. Okay? I'm intrigued. I want to see, because there's some people I know that are like fascinated by this guy, but I'm a little bit untrustworthy with some of the shit that is like starting to exist around around the Epstein files, guys, where we are sort of separating from reality because it's like, excuse me. I mean, it's like an unseen enemy is the great uniter. Okay? It is, guys. This is the basic operation of what religion is. Okay? Religion isn't about God. Religion is about the devil. Okay? Religious people are not united around God. Many Christians don't even pay attention to Jesus's tenets. They are united around a group opposition to the devil. And then the devil becomes whatever they decide to band together and disagree with. Okay? And that's kind of like what this cult mentality becomes about, is it becomes about an assigned enemy. Okay? You gather around an agreed upon enemy. And so like, I don't know, dude. I just feel like now we're getting into this idea where, because of Epstein and because of the possibility of it being like an international sort of chaos thing, it's like a lot of people are having a tendency to believe that there is some gigantic global sort of like intelligence network, kind of like Andrew Tate's Matrix, okay? More and more people are starting to believe that there is some global unseen hand that is controlling us all. And Candace really went over the edge yesterday when she started implying that like Barry Weiss and Elon Musk were like actors playing a role of this big global conspiracy, which I'm not going to say Barry Weiss isn't a scumbag, because she is. Dude, she is totally a, you know, Nepo person that is getting in there and becoming a mouthpiece for, you know, certain political movement, a type of Zionism. And she is like a corporate show. We saw her, the way she treated Trump in the first term, dude, where she was just one of those, she was like Maggie Haberman, where she was kind of like, you know, pretending like I'm against Trump, but I'm really helping him every step of the way. Okay? Maggie Haberman did the same shit, dude. She postured herself as an anti-Trump or a voice of reason, but she was in fact like helping him and excusing him all along the way. Okay? And so like, you know, now I saw that Candace Owens is like sort of participating in that Andrew Tate like Matrix sort of mentality. And that's pretty dangerous, right? And then, dude, I had someone in my comments today, okay? You ready for this? This was crazy. I hid them from the whatever comments because they left this like massive paragraph. And I didn't read the whole paragraph. But the essence of the paragraph was they had watched my Candace Owens video and they had said, like, I am responsible for Trump and Candace Owens is trying to save us from Trump. And you have no business like trying to denigrate Candace Owens because you're the reason. You laughing at Trump and laughing at these people is why we have Trump. And the whole time I was reading this, like little bits of this, I was skimming it. I was like, Candace Owens supported Trump, you fucking egghead. Like she's always supported Trump until now when he's like politically running out of steam. The only reason Candy Owens is not supporting Trump is because he blew it with Epstein. And now she's capitalizing on that to get a head start on the next power fucking zone. Okay. But dude, she helped fucking bring Trump about, like, absolutely 100% dude. And if there's another Trumpian character that she has to align with to keep like expanding, she'll do the same thing. Right? She has no fucking, like, she's not trying to save us from anybody, you know? Dude, it's like, what are we doing, bro? And someone else even commented something like that too, where they said like, don't diss Candace Owens. Like, she has very cult-like followers, okay? She has very cult-like followers. Pacman helped Trump by calling Biden old. Yeah, I didn't really watch a lot of Pacman. I do know TYT helped Trump in a myriad of ways by, not believing Project 2025, not believing he was a fascist, Poly Market Studios, constantly shredding everyone on the left. I mean, dude, they helped him big time. Did they help him in 2016 too? I'm not surprised about that. They really hate, because Hillary Clinton was part of that MSNBC establishment sort of. Trump hates the establishment, guys, because of MSNBC rejected his dumb ass. Or Shanky Uyghur. Dude. Yeah. Well, so the thing about it, though, James, is I appreciate she causes infighting. I do. But in my future coverage of Candace Owens, I am going to appreciate that she causes infighting, but I am also going to make sure that I slam her grift. Her grift needs to be slammed. Like, it needs to be 50-50 of like, nice infighting, you're a grifter. Nice infighting, you're a grifter, right? I had been sort of like, I don't know. I had been kind of like allowing myself to appreciate her, and last night snapped me out of that and made me realize, no, I cannot appreciate her at all, right? She gets no appreciation, which means like she needs to be getting slammed along with the support of her MAGA slamming, right? That needs to occur. I need to get real good at that because I don't want to normalize her. You know what I mean? I don't want to normalize her at all. Okay? Because she's doing what Trump did. Okay? Where she is trying to erase reality. She is trying to like take the lines of reality and make them super blurry. Dude, Carrie, let's go. Thank you, Carrie. Give you a little Trumpy too. Oh, dude, she is trying to blur the lines of reality. So she is the navigator, if you will. She wants to be the navigator of the narrative, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, she definitely wants to be a cult leader. And she kind of does, man, right? What did she say yesterday that was so different? So, Michael, it wasn't what she said yesterday that was so different. It was what she allowed yesterday. Okay. She, you know, like what she did yesterday was she allowed a very unreliable speaker to be center stage on her program to create a narrative that like didn't even really make sense necessarily. And she like allowed that she did the Joe Rogan thing where she presented something that's complete fucking bullshit, but she presented it so she could put an idea out there without her having to take responsibility for having generated the idea. And she did it. And it was just so obvious, though. She also tied it to divine reality of like, yes, it was God. I asked God for an answer. I went into my email and he led me to you. And so I started seeing like, wow, dude, she is doing that. Divine providence had led me to this idea, but she did it in a way that she can say, wait, I didn't spread any conspiracy theory. What are you talking about? I just interviewed a guy. Right? And that's when I realized, oh, now she's never going to come with the receipts. Okay? She is going to bring every person and allow their reality to be a thing that she platforms. Okay? And then she raised a whole bunch of money for him with the give, send, go. Oh, let's help this guy out. But guys, if she uses her millions of fans and her notoriety to create a give, send, go, she is now making it seem like she's providing charity for this guy who's outrunning the cartel, but she's essentially paying him. She paid him $150,000 to come out and create a conspiracy theory about Erica Kirk that will now spread on the internet, true or not. It will be like, you know, like Melissa Hortman died and somebody said Tim Walz appointed her. There's still people in my replies a year later saying Tim Walz appointed that guy and that guy killed Melissa Hortman because she wouldn't vote to help illegal immigrants. So Tim Walz had her killed because once the brain rot gets out there to the crazies, they run with it. Okay? So she paid that guy while looking like she's doing something charitable. Okay? And now everybody who has a crazy story is going to want to go to Candace and get $150,000 from a give, send, go. But like it's as diabolical as Epstein because she is now like looking like she's being charitable while she's paying someone to spread a false story. And it doesn't need to be true or false because she's just asking questions. And she's incentivizing other crazy people to come to her with other things that can't be disproven. Right? And so it is like, it's pretty diabolical. And yeah, dude, that guy was fucking boring. Dude, but I will say though, not a lot of people are watching that video because I think they see a 47-minute video and they don't want to click on it. But dude, it was some great comedy material, like making fun of that guy. I was on last night, dude. That was hilarious. But yeah, it was painful to watch. And now though, guys, the thing about it is though, is this is what I'm confronting with this guy. Okay? Because we did a video about this guy and the 𝗙ście𝗶𝗹𝗀, right? The 𝗙ście, what's her name? 𝗙ście𝗶𝗹𝗀 Duke. Okay? So we watched a video about this guy and I put a video out there, but then I'm like, man, I could take this guy as fact and just start making videos every day about this guy and Trump and the unseen story. And I could like niche this out. And if people are really interesting and they want to believe this guy is the limo driver or some of these conspiracy types latch onto that, I could build a whole month of content around this guy and fucking hit that cash register. But I don't want to be platforming like false people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I don't want to be like, I don't want to just automatically like think this guy is telling the truth because I want it to be true, right? Because I do want it to be true, of course. Of course, I want Trump to go down. I know he did shit. I know he's guilty. So I want there to be stuff that, like, I want to help bring him down. But I don't want to become somebody that just, you know, like blurs the lines of reality in order to make a buck. You know what I mean? I mean, because if it's not true, I don't want to be going down the rabbit hole. Or if I start getting warning alarm bells, you know what I'm saying? And so that is like, you know, where I feel like I'm sort of towing the line, because what's crazy about this is this type of conspiracy shit. It, like, people like it. Okay. People like the conspiracy shit, guys. They do. They like an unseen enemy that you can never, like an unseen enemy that you can never conquer is like the ultimate unifier, guys. It really is. It is really like intoxicating, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I mean, we got to figure out, you know, but I went ahead and downloaded this guy's video, and we're going to watch this one though, because somebody sent it to me. And so we are going to watch this one, and we're going to just see, we're going to like, but we're going to watch it a little differently, because I'm not watching this under the assumption is it's true. I want to watch this as a very critical eye. Now, this was a month ago. Okay. This was posted a month ago, guys. Okay. This was 4 weeks ago. Let's look at when it was posted. It was posted on November 29th. Okay. And so this guy, right, at noon today, it says November 30th, but it's posted on the 29th. Like, even that's weird. Okay. Right. I realized something at noon today, November 30, 2025, but the video was posted on November 29th. All right. That's weird. So he realized something the day after, at noon, the day after he posted the video, but this video, right? I mean, dude, that's quirky, isn't it? Isn't that quirky? Right? And November was before the limo driver file. Yeah, but so the thing about this, though, guys, is when you say November was before the limo driver file dropped, but John, this is the guy who called the tip line. Okay? This is the guy who, right in 2020, this guy called the tip line, right? Presumably. I mean, we haven't seen an unredacted version, but the thing is this guy called that tip line, and then shortly thereafter, he started a YouTube channel and started making Donald Trump videos, and now they're starting to get play because of the release of these, you know, tip line things. And now, I'm not saying necessarily we don't know if he's lying yet, but I will say this, okay? If you talk to any cop that has done like a murder investigation, or like even the cops that looked for Ted Bundy, or like I said, I'd talked to one of the detectives that looked for the Green River Killer, you know that tip lines are fucking crazy, okay? Like, tip lines are crazy. Like, if they put a number out, like, hey, we're looking for something, or here's the hotline about this killing, you get people calling up that are like, I think my husband is the Green River Killer, or I think the cashier at Walmart is a Green River Killer because of something he said to me. Like, it is like some far out shit. And the cops have to go check all of that shit out. Now, we did, I don't know if you saw that 𝗍𝗪𝗏 video, or Aaron Parnas, one of the Parnases, did a video where he said, you know, I want to find out, like, I want context. I want to know, did the FBI follow up some of these tips? Like, did they investigate Lake Michigan? Did they investigate the Dallas limo driver? And if they did, I want to see the reports on the investigation. Okay, because we do know that tip lines like there are a lot of crazy fucking people who just want some main character, you know what I'm saying? Who want some main character shit. And so I think we need to have a certain level of suspicion while we look at this guy. And we also need more context. We need to see if the FBI investigated this and what did they find? Okay? Right? And what did they find? All right? But anyway, let's watch this video. All right? Again, I fucking downloaded it, so I'm not giving him my money. Okay? He's not getting any of my money. I'm not supporting his YouTube channel. I'm downloading these videos. All right? Oh, shit. Oh. Right. Oh, shit. Well, you know what's funny, though, Nameless? It's like there were a lot. I think there was a many more serial killers on the West Coast, at least in the 70s and 80s. And you know why, though? I believe it had something to do with the way information traveled, that like jurisdictions, like police jurisdictions, were famous about not contacting. Like police jurisdictions are pretty like to themselves, or they were in the 70s and 80s before the internet. It was a lot harder. Like and anything that was on the other side of the Rocky Mountains out west was separated from the rest of America, right? And so like if you were, killing people in Ohio, there's a lot of police jurisdictions around there. There's Michigan, there's all these fucking jurisdictions. Like it's a lot easier, I think, to get discovered. And whereas the West Coast was kind of isolated, they didn't talk to each other and they didn't talk to anyone in the rest of the country. Like, I don't know, there was a climate where it was like all separate. And dude, Bundy, they all did. They would like, Green River Killer did that too. Like, one of the things that they would do, you ready for this? So I don't know if it's like this on the East Coast, but on the West Coast, they divide, there's like county sheriffs and there's city police, okay? And that's really big on the West Coast. California, it's the same in Oregon. And the counties are pretty sprawling, and the cities have all these distinct police forces. So like where you leave the body, right? You can leave the body where it's going to get found by a city police force, all right? And then the next one you leave where it's found by a county sheriff, and then they're never speaking to each other. Like, dude, and you just keep moving around, right? You go around these big cities. Dude, it's so crazy, right? And the weather, there's definitely the weather. Dude, yeah. California was nuts during the Night Stalker, right? Richard Ramirez. I was there in California for the Hillside Strangler and the Night Stalker, but the Night Stalker in particular was, I thought, the craziest one. And the reason being was his victim selection, okay? Like in the Hillside Strangler, everybody knew who the victims were. They were like young teenage or young 20-something, for the most part, attractive women, okay? Many of whom were involved in near the sex trade or what have you. But like Richard Ramirez was like a young Asian woman getting shot, a 60-year-old woman getting hammered. Like, you know what I mean? It was like there was no like type of victim. Everybody was potentially a victim. Like he just grabbed the most random fucking people, right? And it was like so crazy. Dude, it was crazy. My mom was freaked. And I actually have a funny story. So during that summer, when that shit was going crazy, I lived in Glendale, and Glendale was like the epicenter. He was like murdering people in Glendale. And my mom was like so scared. And me and some friends were fucking around with a softball, playing like soccer in my living room. And I accidentally broke out the fucking, the big window in our living room. I smashed it out with a softball. And my parents were pretty livid. I sent a softball over the couch and it just shattered the living room window. And it was like a week before that thing could get fixed. And so my mom made me sleep on a couch under the window because she was like, if the Night Stalker comes in here, he's killing you first. And so she made me, the whole time that window was broken, I was in high school, she made me sleep on the couch under the broken window. Dude, she was so scared, bro. She was like fucking, oh man, dude. She was torqued. Oh shit. Dude. And yeah, I mean, there is something to be said that in addition to cameras and all that shit, there is the internet. The internet, like, people can find their fetishes now on the internet more. I think there's less risk of damaged people acting out because the internet provides them a way to find things that can feed some of those darker desires. But and AI may have an impact on that as well. But yeah, dude. All right, so we're gonna watch this guy, but we are going to have a healthy dose of skepticism about this because, guys, you ready? I want to bring down Trump. Okay, I do. But like, putting forward a whole bunch of fake shit that turns out to not be real and not be credible is not going to help us get Trump. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You love my mom too? Dude, my mom was, she was pretty crazy, right? She was, dude. She was crazy, right? You wanted to visit California. Your friend said, no, dude, you'll hate everybody. People here are more honest. Dude, I love California, man. I do. I love LA, dude. LA's amazing, bro. It is, dude. It is amazing, right? San Diego's paradise. See, San Diego is nice. I don't like there's like a weird lack of culture in San Diego that I don't like, where it feels like it's like finance bros and chads and Mexican people, but like it doesn't feel integrated in San Diego. There's too many finance bros and chads in San Diego, right? That like, whereas like in Los Angeles, you have like far more alternative sort of people. Like, the weather in San Diego is amazing, but there are so many fucking chads in that city, dude. Dude, it is like a high volume of chads, bro. Like the Chad level, dude, in San Diego is fucking, dude, it is like, dude, Chad level. Dude, it's true. Like, guys, there are still guys wearing puka shells in fucking San Diego, bro. You know what I'm saying? There are still guys wearing puka shells and thinking they're fucking, like, they're something. Bro. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. Let's go. I mean, you can't judge the whole city, though. I mean, there's a lot. But I always enjoyed going there for TwitchCon. It was nice in TwitchCon, right? The gas lamp district was pretty cool, right? I definitely liked the gas lamp district. I liked going to TwitchCon there. Shit, your brother's longtime partner loves San Diego. It's a great city, dude. It's a great city. But there's also a naval base there. So there is a certain like maleness that is like, there's a certain maleness in San Diego, right? That happens in naval cities. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is a certain vibe there. There's a certain bro-y sort of thing that I feel like is a military city thing. Oh yeah, the Marines are close by too. Absolutely. Dude, I just really liked LA. LA is grungier. That's my thing with San Diego, guys. There's not a lot of grunge in San Diego. Okay? It's not. San Diego is too yuppie. It is too like white upwardly mobile white city. okay, that is has that military element and the Chad element, and then it has a high volume of Hispanic people, but they're more like the support workers or something. I don't know. It's just a very different vibe than LA, where LA is like a lot grungier and grittier. And I like the really grungy, gritty, sort of in your face kind of like big cities. And San Diego is much cleaner. It's much cleaner and much more upwardly mobile white sort of city, which, I mean, you know, can be a very comfortable for white people. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like it's a very comfortable type of living for white people because there's a big white assimilation there. But I like the, you know, the freakier sort of, I like where the freaks are, man. You know what I'm saying? Where the freaks, I like the freaks. I do. I like the freaks, guys. $1.39 fish tacos. Let's go. Dude, yeah, no, the desert is amazing. The southern desert down there is cool. Dude, but I like the freaks. I do. I like the freaks. But again, I have not spent enough time there to know, you know what I'm saying? I've not spent enough time in San Diego to really know the ins and outs of it. So a lot of what I'm saying may just be fucking, you know, I may be talking out my ass. You know what I'm saying? Right? Dude, you like the rural areas, small cities, no freaks, few people? Yeah. No, a lot of people like that. Dude, I like the freaks. Like for me, you know, when I walk to get my massage, there's like homeless people sleeping in the, you know, the other day, last week, when I went to my massage, I walked by a guy who was smoking, I believe, either meth or crack out of a glass pipe on the fucking ground, like laying on a box next to an apartment building. And like, that stuff is like, I mean, there's a sadness that comes with it, that we're in a city and there's a homelessness population and people that are high on drugs. But like that type of gritty reality is like the type of city I am used to, where like the problems that we're struggling with are right out in front of me all the time. And like, I don't like, that doesn't make me feel like I hold a sadness about that world we live in. But I don't like, oh, I'm not going to go to that neighborhood because those people are there. I go, and if the guy's nodding off in the street, I help him sit up and maybe get him a bottle of water from a nearby business. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, John Robinson, let's go, baby. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't like that shit. Okay? A lot of people don't like seeing that stuff, but like, I do. I feel like that tethers me to humanity, that like I need, in order for me to remain humble and in order for me to remain in tune with that like creative energy field, I have to be connected to our pain as well, you know? And so that's why the gritty city is a place I've always felt like, I don't know, comfortable with, you know, and like, yeah, right. Nothing he says impacts what we see. Yeah. So I don't know. We're going to watch this video. I don't know if I'm going to make a video about this guy or not, but there is, obviously there are certain things this guy says where it sounds like he's telling the truth. But I am seeing him posting this shit online, and his shit is starting to be shared on the internet. And now he's going to start making more videos, and it's going to turn into a thing where he's monetizing this YouTube channel. And like, you know, one thing I know about this, guys, okay, is wherever Donald Trump is, there are grifters that try to rise up underneath him. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Wherever Donald Trump is, like Donald Trump is like a grifter magnet. Okay? And all of these gossipy reality TV people are. Okay? That is one of the things about that reality TV energy, is it attracts grifters. He doesn't have a lot of subscribers. But guys, subscribers only matter when you're growing a channel and building a community. For somebody like this guy, he's not really building a community. He just wants to monetize the views. If he can get a couple million views on his channel, he's going to make money. Nobody's going to subscribe to him because he's not building a community. He's not doing a brand identity. He is just, you know, telling a story that people want to believe that, like, I've got dirt on Donald Trump and this is going to bring Trump down. Okay. And so his name is 𝗙𝗪𝗏. So the 𝗙𝗪𝗏 guy who had the unlisted video is this guy. This is like 𝗙𝗪𝗏. He's going to try to hawk 𝗃𝗏. Okay. He's going to try to hawk 𝗃𝗏, guys. Right. Next thing you know, he'll have a crypto coin. Right. Dude, you know? So anyway, again, though, let's check out the video. I just needed to give you a disclaimer because yesterday's interaction with Candy O made me realize that we have to be careful here, right? Like, I don't mind sowing disinformation from these other channels, but I don't want to be a general conspiracy pusher, okay? I don't want to be a conspiracy pusher. Right?
You know what, Donald? I just a moment ago realized something for the very first time.
Now, this is November 29th, guys. Okay? Let me see what was like. I just kind of want to look at what was going on November 29th. You know, we'll have to look and sort of figure out what was going on with Trump at that point. I mean, the files had not come out yet. The discharge petition had happened. Hold on, let's see. When was the discharge petition? That was on the 19th, I think. Okay, so the House voted on the 18th. Okay, when did Trump sign it? Okay, so he signed it on the 19th. Okay, so this video was 10 days after he signed it. Now, one thing I do want to look at is I want to see what was around that day. I'm going to advanced search, and I want to go down to my account, right? I'm going to go down to Acting Like Tommy. We're going to look at my shit from November, I guess, 26th. Of 25 to November 29th, 25. See if we can get an advanced search and see. So we had Erica Kirk. There was a little bit of we were sort of prepping. I don't see any major Epstein drops here. We were at the beach. See a lot of Erica Kirk. Elon going off on fascism. Mostly replies. I wasn't doing a lot of main tweets. So mostly I was focused on 𝗙𝗵𝗄𝗧. All right. So there was not any major drops. It was right around Thanksgiving. Yeah. So there weren't any major drops. I think let's see when So there was a November 12th from the Epstein estate, and then there wasn't until December 3rd. So this was like a couple weeks. This was 10 days after Trump signed the thing, and when there had been no like recent drops. So it was in an empty news area space, okay, in that zone. And looking at my tweets, I was heavily focused on 𝗙PUSA and Erica Kirk, right? I was off Epstein almost completely. All right, but let's see what this guy says.
You know what, Donald?
Donald.
I just a moment ago realized something for the very first time. That day I was driving you to DFW Airport back in 1995. It was either late May or early June. Pretty sure it was late May. And I slowed that car down and pulled over on the side of Highway 114. Had already opened my briefcase where my pistol laid. I could have that day legally ended you, shot you and killed you. Legally, because you were threatening me with that gun. I had never actually thought about that before.
So now, let's just say there is, this guy has expanded his story here, because his original story, you ready? His original story, guys, the FBI tip was that he was driving to the airport and he heard Trump on the phone talking to a Jeffrey about abusing a girl. Okay, now the video we watched yesterday, and now where he's continuing with this, was that at some point, like, Donald Trump, like, sought him out, went and found out who this limo driver was, and he then, like, showed up with a pistol and threatened him, okay? And this is where it's, like, it's confusing, because he said 95. But 95 was his story where he heard him over talking about a Jeffrey and abusing some girl. There was no, in the FBI report, he didn't say Trump threatened me with a gun. So presumably Trump's threat with the gun, he would have sought him out after his stepdaughter died, his adopted daughter got shot or something, right? You know what I mean? And so, like, I don't know. He's already getting a little wonky, because now he's like saying he pulled over and thought about shooting him because Trump threatened him with a gun. But in the FBI report, there's no Trump threatened me with a pistol. Okay? He didn't mention that to the FBI, this guy. It's none of that is in the FBI report, that Trump sought me out and threatened me with a pistol, which obviously, if you know, this shit happened 25 years ago. If you're really, like, wouldn't you have mentioned that in the FBI report? If this guy mentioned Jeffrey, your adopted daughter gets blown away, and then Trump seeks you out and points a gun at you and threatens your life, wouldn't you call the FBI? Wouldn't that have been included in your report? Like, you know what I mean? And what's more, you think Donald Trump was pulling a gun on anybody? Trump is a coward, okay? He would hire somebody to come and fucking rough you up. But dude, Trump is the biggest fucking coward. I mean, look at Trump, what he did with Zoran Mamdani. He talked about how I'll teach this guy, Zoran, I'm gonna learn him. And then as soon as he got in the room with him, he was like, I love you, Zoran. I love this guy. This guy's like, dude, Trump is like the biggest coward, bro.
Just a moment ago, You need to be very, very thankful that I didn't realize that day while I was slowing that car down.
I mean, somebody had mentioned, like, if you look at the camera, I think he's looking into his phone. He's looking into what he's filming himself with, right? Because you can see what looks like his face with the lit up background behind there. I think he's looking into the device. He's looking into the device. You can see an image of him. It's like the mirror image of him. But all right, let's let it play.
Because if I had, even though at the time I had suppressed the memory of you being at my parents' house in 1973, when you, yeah.
All right, wait. Oh, now we have an added detail. Now he had a suppressed memory shows up that Donald Trump had been at his house in 1973. Oh, dude, did Donald Trump touch his pee-pee? Like, what are we doing, guys? Oh, man. Bro. All right, hold on. Like, all right, dude. Suppressed. Dude, I mean, I don't know. Now I got to see where this leads, boss.
I could have legally killed you that day, Donald. I remember you saying in an interview years ago, you kind of looked up at the sky and said, this is what you said. You said, I am the chosen one. I believe that actually might be true, Donald. Now, you weren't chosen for the reason your supporters think you were chosen, your followers think you were chosen. You were actually chosen to expose them for the actual hate-filled Hebrews 12:8 King James souls they really truly are.
Hebrews 12:8. Hold on. Let's cross-check this guy. Let's see what Hebrews 12:8 is. Right? You don't experience God's discipline. What is it? If you are not disciplined and everyone undergoes discipline, then you are not legitimate, not true sons and daughters at all. All right. Dude, I don't know. Dude, this guy may be on some shit, boss. He may be on some shit. Dude, wipe and flush. All right.
I had never thought about that before just a moment ago. I actually feel sorry for you, Donald. No matter who you really are. I've got a pretty good idea, don't I? I remember saying, look at me. Look at me. Remember that? I looked up at you in the rearview mirror. I saw your right eyeball. You remember that? I actually feel sorry for you.
The right eyeball?
That you have been so demented. For a long, long time.
So presumably, Trump came to his house in 1973. Then in the 90s, this guy met a woman and adopted her kids, her daughters, who then were being raped by Trump and Epstein. And then in 95, Trump talks about Jeffrey and abusing a girl in his limo. And then in 99, he sees his adopted daughter and he tells her the limo story, and she's like, oh my God, those guys raped me. He encourages her to tell the cops, and she goes and tells the cops the next day, and then 2 weeks later, she gets murdered, and then he does nothing for 20 years. And then 20 years later, he calls the FBI and leaves a tip line, but he leaves out this threat where Donald came with the gun and threatened him after this shit took place. And now he's making YouTube videos about it. Right? Dude, all right, we're going to finish this video. I mean, I pretty much am like vibing where this guy is coming in from. All right, you know.
And such a prolific liar.
I'm not sure I believe it all.
You got about a third of the people, of the beings, to follow you and flock after you. Ring a bell there. O thou that speaketh with the forked tongue. Go read Genesis 3:1-7.
Dude, again, now he's dropping the Bible verses. Go read. Go read. Dude, somebody watched fucking 7 like too often, boss. Too many times.
Wow. Just wow. Got nothing else to ever say to you, man. Seriously. It's all been a waste of time. You're not going to change. You can't. And by the way, there's guys in Dallas, that's trickery. They aren't anything. They're just fraudsters, tricksters that your dad got you involved with them at a very early age. They don't care a thing about you. If by chance you're successful in destroying the democracy of the United States of America, they will have you killed. And probably your entire family too. Well, except one person in your family. That one person.
One person. Who's that? Is that Ivanka?
Hates you.
Dude.
For what you did to them. And I'm not talking about Lara. Nope.
Mary? Could be Mary. Mother Mary, come to me.
Wow.
Speaking words of wisdom.
You really are a sick being.
All right. So guys, here's the deal. Is people are, okay? People are like starting to spread this shit online, guys. But like, I think I am going to make a video about this because this needs to be debunked. Like, we don't, let me just show you the 𝗙𝗏 video. Let me just show you. I think this is so important. We've got to be careful in our content creation worlds how we chase these stories. And do you want to look and investigate and put the possibility of connections? Absolutely. There is nothing wrong with like putting shit out there and asking a question, but I think we've got to avoid the rabbit holes or the implication of false trails. And it's Aaron Parnas said something, guys, that is very important here, right? It is this one. Where is it? Let me find him. Okay. he put out maybe the most important video on this, guys. That is, or maybe it was on his TikTok. Okay. You ready? It is, let me find it here. Maybe this.
We need to talk about something very serious regarding the Epstein files. The Trump administration is trying to confuse you. That is the goal with how they are releasing the files. And if
I know, we know that. Oh, it's this one.
It's time to talk about Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Lake Michigan. As you know, there is an FBI tip sheet that was released as part of the Epstein files showing horrific allegations concerning Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and a young girl concerning Lake Michigan. You have the file, you can see it. I want to talk a little bit more about this file and other FBI tip sheets that were released, not just from a journalistic perspective, but also from a legal perspective.
Yes, this is important because, again, these are tip sheets, guys. So we're not seeing if the FBI investigated this and what they found. And they're starting with the release of the tip sheets so a bunch of conspiracies and a bunch of rabbit holes can get created, and then they're going to release the shit that debunks them all, that makes everybody look not credible, okay? They are. It is setting a trap for the media. Release the tip sheets, create the fucking hysteria, create all the rabbit holes, and then discredit everybody, right? Feed, discredit, feed, discredit. And then at the very end, some of their shit will get leaked, okay? Some of their shit will get leaked, and right? And guys, when you say they are not that smart, I got one word for you guys. Alan Dershowitz, okay? This is the guy that got Jeffrey Epstein off, and how they discredited the witnesses, okay? These guys, Alan Dershowitz and these fucking lawyers that are behind Trump, okay, that are actively involved in suppressing this, they are experts at character assassination, discrediting. They did it to Virginia Giuffre. They did it to the original Epstein victims, right? That's what they do, okay? They do character assassination, discrediting. That's been like their law game since the beginning of fucking time, okay? This is literally like their playbook. Yeah, Roy Cohn. This is the wealthy person's fucking playbook to begin with. This is how they win elections. They discredit candidates. I mean, this is like a fine-tuned, they've been doing this shit all the way back to, like, you know, they did it with Hillary Clinton. They eventually sold her as a Wall Street warmongering pawn. I mean, they sold Kamala Harris as a warmonger, and Donald Trump is starting war with Nigeria, Iran, Venezuela, Greenland. Like, you know what I mean? But, like, this is their game, okay? This is their game. But watch what he says
not
here.
Just from you have the file, you can see it. I want to talk a little bit more about this file and other FBI tip sheets that were released, not just from a journalistic perspective, but also from a legal perspective. And I'll start off by saying that these files are exactly why we need to see all of the files.
All of them.
All of the Epstein
all
files.
Of them.
And the way the Justice Department has been releasing the files is completely unacceptable and in violation of the law. An FBI tip sheet is not evidence in a court of law. And that's why people have to be very careful when we talk about these files like this, because every time you call the FBI and provide a tip, they write it down, kind of like they did with that Lake Michigan tip. Every tip then must be investigated by FBI agents to make sure whether it is true or not. And that's where things get a little murky. Because the DOJ isn't releasing all the files right away, we don't know if this tip was ever investigated. We don't know if there's evidence to corroborate it. Now, I could have come on here and said, oh my God, look at this bombshell document, and overhype it and sensationalize it for you all, but I won't do that. Because if I did that, and ultimately we get all the documents and the FBI did investigate it back in 2020 or 2019,
our
and
credibility is gone.
Then you'd look at me and be like, Aaron, why the hell are you doing this and over-sensationalizing it? So this just highlights exactly why we need all of the files. I've been talking to a lot of folks concerning this tip sheet and others. But you have to remember, a tip sheet is just that. It's just a tip. It's not evidence. I want to be truthful. I want to be accurate. The document exists, but I want more. I want all the files. I want all the context. I want to know if the FBI investigated it. I want to know what the conclusions were. I want all of that before telling you, okay, this is 100% true or not.
Yeah.
It's
see, that's where we're at, guys. Because remember, the number one thing that Trump did in his entire rise to power was fake news. Okay? And he used the creation of the concept of fake news. Can't trust the news. They're all lying. So then every story about him, even when he said, I grab him by the pussy, they're sensationalizing this. They're lying. That's just locker room talk. They're taking it out of context. They're being the fake news. They're being the untrustworthy people I told you they are, right? And this has been his game. And so now they're trying to fake news their way out of the Epstein things with the way they're releasing it, right? It's the way they're releasing it. They released Bill Clinton first, like the insinuation of guilt. Clinton says, I call for all releasing. Now they're releasing the really outrageous, racy tip sheets, okay? They're releasing the craziest tip sheets out there. This crazy shit, and it is very damning. But like they know if they have investigatory material, and they're already running with the whole, some of this shit is incredible, but they're like releasing that shit in a way that you can tell they are setting people up to be non-credible. Because remember, guys, the linchpin word, I said this in previous videos, the linchpin word they used when talking about the documents is credibility. Okay, so the way they are going to cover the release of bad material from Trump is to make sure that they paint that as not credible. And they're going to try to enlist us in the media of becoming not credible, okay, in order to then like be able to like boomerang the credibility of the real shit. Okay? If they can reduce everyone's credibility by 30%, then they can weather the storm of an actual photograph showing up and then being like, man, this is incredible. Remember Lake Michigan? Remember the Dallas guy, the limo driver? Remember, right? X, Y, and Z. And again, Donald Trump is not smart enough to do this, but Alan Dershowitz is, okay? Alan Dershowitz and whatever like crazy fucking, Ken Starr motherfuckers that they have sitting in a room like with Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi telling them how we're gonna fucking spin this shit is like, I mean, we're like essentially the jury in a fucking, publicly playing out trial, dude. You know what I'm saying? Dude, and Dershowitz was probably fucking some of these girls too. All right? I'm not going to be shy in saying that. Come sue me, 𝗙𝗪𝗓. They're like, these guys are also dirty, okay? You know what I'm saying? Yes, the Epstein files themselves are a witness that they are trying to discredit. Well put. The files are a witness they're trying to discredit. The left-wing media are a witness they're trying to discredit. The mainstream media are a witness they're trying to discredit. And guys, they're going to sink everything into this because this is really their only hope. Like, I think they know, the powers that be behind Trump know very well that Trump fucked up. He inextricably like tied himself to disaster by calling them a hoax and alienating a whole bunch of the MAGA base. And so now all they have is they have to do two things. On the one hand, they're going to create an entire false narrative about the economy, which you're already seeing. They're saying, oh, this is the best economy. Look at the GDP growth. They've hidden the jobs numbers. They're not releasing monthly numbers. They're just basically lying to us and saying, yeah, man, everything's so cheap now, even though I literally paid $27 for a fucking ribeye steak like 2 days ago. And I know it's not cheap. My rock stars have gone up, 30%, right? Everything I'm buying is going up. Jenny bought almonds that are up 40%. I mean, shit is going up, but they're just repackaging the numbers with tweets, and they're not releasing any numbers. And then they're saying, every day cash is like, we've made more arrests than ever before of violent criminals. We don't know that. I mean, this administration is Kim Jong-un, President Xi from China. This is the administration we're living through, where they're just like, we've captured more drug dealers than anyone before. But if they're not releasing any data, who fucking knows, right? Who knows what's happening? All we know is what we're individually paying at the grocery store, what we're individually experiencing in our own spaces, and we're not talking to each other because we're all on social media. So like we're entering the fake reality portion of the journey. So all they have, right? All they have is like selling a fake narrative about the economy and enlisting some mainstream media and online media to promote that. Like, it's really good now. And then they're going to try to discredit the Epstein files and release them in a way, like even with the 1 million files, right? Look at this shit about the 1 million, okay? If you look at, let's go online here and look at the 1 million fucking Epstein files. Okay? All right. So the FBI right here is claiming, look at this. He's saying now 1 million more pages on Epstein are found. Okay. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. When do they say no more and work on election fraud? The Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all of their names, embarrass them, get back to helping our country. The radical left doesn't want people talking about Trump and Republican success. Only a long dead Jeffrey Epstein, just another witch hunt. Now they're saying found 1 million more pages of documents in SDNY. Okay? And like, but what's crazy about this is like, it is my understanding though, that those 1 million documents were already given to his DOJ in January. Okay? That right? That there, I believe, hold on. Okay, let's look here. Hold on. Right here. Okay? You ready? So the 1 million documents, okay? Those 1 million documents were handed over to the Trump admin in January, guys, a year ago. Okay? They are now after they missed the release deadline, they are saying, whoa, SDNY just gave us 1 million new documents. They're lying. They're doing all this bullshit. The Trump admin has had those documents for a year. Okay? These are not new. Okay? These are not new. This shit, they've had this shit for months, guys.
Again, November 3rd of 2025, we have a congressman who we trust Congressman Jamie Raskin letting Pamela Jo Bondi know, as the head of the DOJ and as the Attorney General of the United States, that in January of 2025, the entirety of the Epstein case files were transferred from where? The Southern District of New York to where? Main Justice, the headquarters of the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. If that happened in January, how in the actual hell is Todd Blanche now telling the American people that they suddenly discovered 1 million more documents? Where? Well, according to this, they were found by the Southern District of New York.
Dude, I've never really watched much of her, but dude, she yells like me. Dude, let's go. She is spirited. But like, again, they're bullshitting us. Okay, they're bullshitting us to make it look like, oh, we're trying to release this shit, and look what happened. Now they found 1 million new documents. It's like, no, they didn't.
That's what they said on Christmas Eve. The Justice Department said that the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York told the DOJ that they have uncovered over 1 million more documents potentially related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. End quote. Pardon my French, y'all, but get the fuck out of here. We didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday, did we?
Dude.
We know. I've just walked through this. As far back as January, the entirety of the Epstein files were transferred to Main Justice at the DOJ under the supervision, guidance, leadership of Pamela Jo Bondi. And they expect us to believe that they suddenly found 1 million more documents, even though the entire fucking file was transferred to Main Justice in January of 2025? Stop the insanity.
Yeah, dude, they're fucking gaslighting us, guys. Okay? They are. All right? This whole thing, they are bullshitting us. Dude, there might be a future for me in bigger mainstream media, boss. I mean, dude, we got Katie Fang out here fucking dropping the F-bombs. Let's go. Dude, the world, I don't know, guys. I've always been a swearing guy. I am always a big F-bomb dude. I grew up with it. Guys, you ready for this? I got spanked violently in 2nd grade because I was cursing in school. I was dropping F-bombs in school, and I got in trouble for it. And then I told my friend a lie about it. My dad was forcing one of my friends who knew the truth to come and talk to me. And what happened was I saw my friend Carl walk up. And so I went outside and I put my arm around his shoulder and was like, here's the story you're going to tell my dad. And then I came back in and my dad was waiting with the belt. All right. So I have been F-bombing my whole fucking life. Okay. All the way back to 2nd grade, I was dropping F-bombs on the playground and getting in trouble for it because my dad cursed all the time. Okay. And Bon John, we do have to keep it in English because I can't moderate a foreign language, bud. So you do have to keep it English only, right? Just because that's the only language I can read. So unfortunately, I have to delete foreign language things like that if I don't speak it. But appreciate you. But so I've been swearing my whole life, and that's always put me on the rock and roll, kind of on the outside of the boardroom. But dude, I like that I'm noticing the F-bomb is coming into like political realm. Okay. I did learn it from my dad. Absolutely. And then he hit me for it, which I never really forgave him for. At that point, my dad lost all credibility because I was like, dude, you can't swear every other word and then hit me for swearing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, homie? Right. And so, yeah, she was on MSNBC, but I've been seeing it though. Like Jasmine Crockett, Jamie Raskin, Adam Mockler was out talking to people, out interviewing Congress people, and they're fucking F-bombing. You know what I'm saying? They are. And dude, I like it. I like the F-bombing. Now with my kid, you ready? Just as long as we opened like the father wound shit, let me just tell you with my kid, I allowed my kid to swear, but I taught him the context. Okay, that like, yeah, you can swear around me. You can scream fuck when you're mad. You can be swearing with your friends in the headset when you're playing video games. But like, you know, you're not going to drop the F-bomb at your teacher in class in front of a room full of students. That's a place where you're not going to do it. You know what I mean? You give them the context, you know what I'm saying? And like, even though if he used the F-bomb in school, I was like, I'm not going to punish you for using the F-bomb with a teacher, but they're going to punish you, and you're going to have consequences there that are going to be like extraordinarily negative, right? So you can do it, but you're also going to pay the price for it, right? But I'm not going to punish you for it. Like, you have to learn the context yourself, you know? But anyway, you know, and I mean, you know, it's the other thing, like the other thing that was really interesting was like the talking back, right? A lot of parents are like, don't talk back to me. But dude, I let my kid talk back to me, okay? I used him talking back to me as an opportunity for him to learn how to, right? Like, instead of getting mad for him talking back to me, I tried to use those opportunities of like teaching him how to talk back to somebody effectively, right? And not just an emotion dump, but like that it's okay if you're talking back to someone, if you're fighting a point and arguing a point and you have the receipts and you're standing up for yourself, but you don't want to just be talking back where you're trying to dump some emotional shit because you're frustrated and you're just trying to wound me. You know what I mean? It's like being an effective communicator, right? Because a lot of parents are like, don't you fucking talk back to me. But like, your kid, you want your kid to be able to talk back. That's an important part of being able to fucking defend themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta become effective at that, you know? And so with me, that's the space where he could do it, where like you're allowed to work that shit out. We're going to teach you how to fight well with your words, right? You know what I'm saying? We're going to teach you how to fight well with your words, of course. You know what I mean? And even sometimes you lash out and you say shit like we all sometimes lash out. I think it's important to like, you know, to teach them how to manage that shit. You know what I'm saying? Right? It is. Like, I mean, we don't want to be clones, okay? Fight with words, not personal attacks. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to fight with personal attacks, but like sometimes they eke their way in there. They do, you know, I mean, dude, I sometimes use personal attacks. I do sometimes. You know, it depends on the situation, depends on how dirty the person you're fighting is. Because sometimes you gotta like, you know, sometimes if you're fighting someone who uses personal attacks, you have to be adept at using personal attacks, or you're not going to be able to defend yourself. You don't necessarily need to launch into personal attacks like off the get-go, but the thing is we live in a personal attack sort of realm, you know, and like, unfortunately, we live in a post-Trump world where personal attacks are now a reality. And so you do have to be able to fight in that style, you know, unfortunately, it is a required, it's like the same shit, right? Where, you know, people will say, oh, I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. But like now, you know, it's like with the transphobia, right? We live in a world where a Republican politician is going to default to this lie about men and women's sports and transphobia to try and shut down their opponent. So like, you can't have a political discussion without being able to counter someone talking about men and women's sports. Like, you can't survive politically if you can't figure out how to like fight in that cesspool of transphobia, right? You have to be able to fight in there now, you know? And so, yeah, it's gotten more complicated, right? It has gotten more complicated for sure, right? I use personal attacks, guys. I do. It's not the only tool I use, but I do use them. Sometimes I try to use them in a humor-inducing way, okay? but I definitely go there. I'm not afraid to go there. I don't, it's not my mainstay, but I am not above like using the personal attack. I definitely am not above it. I wish I was, but I'm not. I'm in the trenches, guys. I go low. All right. I go low. I admit it. I go low. I go as low as my opponents do. Right? Dude, you know, we're in a modern warfare world. Somebody said modern warfare, and we're in a different world, you know, but, you know, I think though I perform a function though, guys, because like, you know, there's realms. Okay. Like there are people in the left-wing environment that don't really do the personal attacks. And I'm one of the guys that sort of do the personal attacks for them. Okay. Right. And I think 𝗙𝗪𝗏 𝗠𝘆 is the same way, right? There are some left-wing people who are not going to do the personal attacks. So then there are some of us on the left who like, we are going to do them and we're going to perform that function. And so I can go out there on social media and say a lot of shit that maybe some congressional representatives or mainstream media people agree with, but they're not going to say it because they have this reputational barrier. And like my reputation is that like I'm a fucking gritty, rock and roll-y, sort of scorched earthy kind of guy. And so I'm allowed to do that. It performs an important function. See, not everybody's going to be personally attacky. Right? You know what I'm saying? Some people are going to be a little more like chill about it, you know, but we all have different functions, but I go low, guys. I do. I go low, man, because my thing is like, you know, when you're fighting something as like totalitarian, as like theocratic fucking bigots, like you gotta be willing to get in the muck with them, I think. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, gloves need to be off, right? They do. We're fighting people that don't fight fair, okay? They change up. They move the goalposts in the middle of the fucking argument, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like I showed you earlier, the guys who are attacking the lesbian FDNY commissioner, when you point out that she has 31 years of experience and the previous guy had no experience, they're like, aha, see, the previous guy had no experience. I told you we have a problem. And it's like, you motherfucker, you didn't even know the previous guy had no experience because you don't even know what you're arguing about. You're literally just a fucking bigot. You know, you drag MAGA to hell every chance you get. Let's go. And right, so they move that shit right in the middle of the conversation. They try to aha you. And it's like, nah, bro. Now you're getting kicked in the nuts, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, fuck that shit. It is a street fight. It is, man. You know, and what's more though, guys, my personal experience when fighting bigots or like, and this was the civil rights movement too, guys, is you need to get them to flail. Okay. That's what needs to happen. Okay. Like bigots and people that are irrationally tied to their religion, they overreact. Okay. I mean, classic is look at Benjamin Netanyahu. Look at how his overreaction has created a worldwide coalition against his government, right? Because it's the overreaction that fucks them up. And so you get them triggered and then they overreact, and their overreaction is the thing that destroys their movement. And this is, you know, why we got to sort of moderate our reaction, okay? We got to moderate our reaction to some of the misinformation, right? Because they're not smart, okay? They're not smart. They call us emotionally reactive, but they react 100% on emotion. the right-wingers do, right? They see a gay kiss and they're like, oh, somebody says, oh, you should say happy holidays. And they're like, Christmas has been canceled, right? They can't regulate their emotions whatsoever. They are so over-emotional, so emotionally dysregulated, so emotionally reactive. They are like, they're the easiest people to wind up. You know what I'm saying? They are. They're because all they do is react. That's all they know how to do. They don't know how to respond at all, right? They're not emotionally developed enough to respond, you know? You know what I mean? So yeah, we got to wind them up. Like a jack in the box, dude. Wind that shit up. All right? That's what we got to do, boss. You know, wind them up. Wind them up. Wind them up. Right? Oh, shit. I mean, what I've been exploring, guys, what I have been exploring is how to use the fake shit, right? And it's like this, you know, like this thing here is like, right? Like you can spread the fake shit and the fake image, but like I didn't even get a community note, okay? And I didn't get a community note because I was very clear in my implication that this is not real, but right? And so we can use the disinformation too. We just need to use it in a way where we're being clear that it is disinformation, right? Then pop goes the weasel. Yes, indeed, John Robinson, let's go. Oh, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, Bridget Bardot is dead. I didn't know that she was like, she had become so irrelevant, right? And like, so yeah, like we are in a new world though, guys. Like, you know, I mean, it's the shit that people have been saying. I've been seeing this, you know, with covering a lot of Erica Kirk is people come up and they say, dude, you need to stop giving Erica Kirk oxygen. But like, we don't have the luxury of that anymore, guys. Okay. We don't have the luxury of like letting the other people control the narrative. Okay. Anything you don't respond to now becomes a weapon against you. Okay. It's like we have to respond to everything, but we have to respond to everything in a way where we're sort of debunking. Okay. It's like even with shit on, you know, these nasty social media networks where you have to be countering their misinformation. It's like the anti-racism. It's not enough to just not be racist. You have to be actively anti-racist. And it's not enough to simply not spread disinformation. You have to be actively fighting the disinformation that's spreading. Okay? And yeah, it is faster. Lies travel faster. Okay? Misinformation travels faster. Negativity travels faster. It does. It just moves quicker, guys. It moves quicker. I don't know why. I mean, I think it moves quicker because we notice it first. We are hardwired to look for danger because that's how we stay safe. So we notice the dangerous stuff first, so it spreads quicker because we see it faster. It's like part of our makeup. But then as a marketer and as an information spreader, you can use that to your advantage, right? You know, I mean, you know, like Brian Krasenstein, what he did the other day with the fucking dead man walking, right? Did you see this? The dead man walking. So Brian Krasenstein did this thing where he tweeted, right? Where he tweeted Trump's words, okay? He tweeted, Trump is a dead man walking. America should, quote, put him to sleep now. It's the humanitarian thing to do. And he literally did. He literally said Stephen Colbert. He literally took Stephen Colbert's words and he put it out there, and it created a fucking shell shock of right-wingers, okay? And like, but he's not getting banned. He's literally using Trump's own words. You know what I'm saying? He's not calling for violence in any way. No, it's not a threat because he was literally using Trump's words. He wasn't doing threat. He literally said, he took Trump's Stephen is a dead man walking, okay? He literally took the exact thing that he did and put Trump's words. There was no way he was going to get fucking banned for this. But like this is really effective repackaging, okay? Very thought-provoking, excellent show. Dude, thank you, James. And guys, we got to get elevated on this. This is like the same shit that Gavin Newsom did, okay? Right? He said CBS, yeah, but he said America. Trump works for America, right? Right? Trump works for CBS. But they tried to say that, like, you know, oh, well, Trump provided context. But, like, no, that's bullshit, okay? You don't get to provide a little context and then call for violence and say you haven't called for violence, okay? You don't get to use the language of violence and then say everybody's using violence against you. It's like you get it either way. It's like Kyle Kowinski said. You don't get to fucking call him out for using the meme because you guys wanted the memes. You guys said you liked mean tweets. Now fuck you. We're going to do the mean tweets and you can kick rocks. Okay? Right? That was the thing. They said the whole time, oh, why are you so upset? We like mean tweets. All right, well, now you're getting mean tweets. Fuck off, okay? And guess what? We're going to be better at the mean tweets than you are because you guys are fucking dumb, okay? And you're emotionally reactive, and we're not, right? We're not. We're going to fuck you up with your own game, okay? And so don't cry about it. You know what I mean? Dude, don't fucking cry about it. Fuck you, dude. Let's go, right? Dude, they started it and now they're gonna get worked, right? Oh shit. Dude, he posted the exact words. An officer got arrested for posting Trump's words. Dude, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. I mean, dude, it's so wild because the right wing spends a lot of time saying liberals are outraged, but like literally the outrage is like coming from MAGA. They are outrage. That's all they are. Like, how dare you said this? We need to get you fired. How dare you fucking say this? You're trying to kill us. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, yeah. No, they did. They took advantage of it. They took advantage. Like what happened is when we went high, they were like, okay, well, we're just going to go low and lie and make shit up. And we're going to completely run the narrative. And you're never going to do anything about it. But now, no, now MAGA, fuck you. You're getting told to fuck off, like right to your fucking face. And again and again and again, we're going to point out your hypocrisy and we're going to fight dirty. We're going to fight dirtier than dirty. Okay, we are. Dude, we are. Dude, is there some shit about Nick Fuentes and JD Vance? Dude, oh shit, dude, never Vance. I mean, this is old. Look at this. This was all the way back in August. And again, it's the anti-Semitism, guys, that like anti-Semitism right now is like absolutely going to causing a great amount of harm to the Republican coalition. Okay, they are like that shit. It's like it came out. It came out like as soon as people started started defending Palestinians. That allowed the anti-Semitism to come out, okay? And yeah, dude, this guy, see, we do have to be careful, okay? We have to be careful with Nick Fuentes. We do, all right? We got to be careful with this guy, all right? Because the reason why we have to be careful with Fuentes is because it's the same thing as Candace Owens, okay? Because what's happening is Fuentes is taking a wrecking ball to MAGA to try and fill the power void created by Donald Trump, like losing power. Because guys, whether they like it or not, Trump has lost power. Okay, he has. He is still here. He still has the rest of the presidency, but he has lost power. Okay, Trump's power is gone. It is. It is gone. He's tweeting 200 times on Christmas Eve because he has no power. He is like, they don't believe him on Epstein. There's defections. There's people jockeying for power in the party. His Congress isn't ratifying any of his executive orders. They're not doing what he wants. Mike Johnson has lost control of the House completely, okay? Because Trump has no power already. 1 year in, he has no power. They're scrambling, okay? Now, everybody's trying to take that power. Candace Owens, TPUSA, Erica Kirk, J.D. Vance, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay? They're scrambling for it. But another guy who wants in on that is Nick Fuentes, okay? And now Nick Fuentes is going to sabotage everyone he can, but at the same time, Tucker Carlson's like, come on my show, okay? People like me are using Nick Fuentes to bash fucking, MAGA. But we do have to be careful because Nick Fuentes is getting legitimized. And there's a bunch of 14-year-old and 12-year-old boys that are growing up in homophobic religious families that are going to get like motivated by Nick Fuentes the same way that Nick Fuentes got motivated by Andrew Tate and like, the gamer kids of, 16-year-olds during the pandemic got motivated by Tate and Asmongold and fucking Aiden Ross and all these guys. You know what I'm saying? And so we do have to like be smashing Fuentes, okay? Because Fuentes is a fucking is a piece of trash. Dude, he is like real dirty. He is like, he is like bottom of the barrel, man. And he definitely, I think he's gay, dude. Dude, Fuentes, Fuentes is definitely like, dude, that guy's gay. That guy is like, right? Easily bisexual. Dude, definitely, bro. Absolutely. Dude, you know what I'm saying? He's got that Benny Johnson thing going on for sure, dude. So I want to see, do we have a link to him talking about Vance? All right. Do we have a Fuentes? Do we have a video somewhere?
Is there any one thing?
Dude, I can't do the AI shit.
What is our vice president-elect?
Dude, but he's going after Vance, guys, because, guys, you ready? It's the same shit as Vivek, okay? The same shit as Vivek is like J.D. Vance can never be their guy because he's got a Hindu wife, man. You know what I'm saying? Like 𝗙sze, they're never going to support somebody who's married to 𝗙sze. They're never going to, these AF, like KKK bros are not going to support Vivek. They're not going to support a brown Hindu ever, okay? And J.D. Vance is already married to a brown woman who's a Hindu, which means even if he divorced her and married someone else, they would not let him off the hook, okay? Because they would be like, he's just doing this to try and fucking get in. Now, I'm against JD for completely different reasons. okay? Because I have nothing against 𝗙sze other than her, of course, being married to him. But I'm against JD because of his whole tech liar. He's a bullshitter, dude. He is a total fucking degeneracy, you know? And like, dude, you need to get out of my chat there, boss. I'm sorry, when you start saying you agree with fucking Nick Fuentes and you start talking shit about Jews in my chat, you're gone. All right, we're sorry. We don't have room for that kind of fucking loserdom. If you agree with Nick Fuentes, fuck you. All right? You're MAGA. You're just as bad as the people you hate. Like, fuck off. Get out of my fucking shit. Fucking weirdos. Dude, this guy is trash, bro. But he is gunning for Vance. So somebody said he called fucking, do we have a clip? Dude, yeah, no groypers are allowed in here, bro. Dude, we may be getting gamer overflow here.
All they talk about is gold.
Okay, all right. Oh, yeah, so this was the shit, though. This was the shit he did before AmFest, okay? Right? They were using the J slur. Thank you, John Robinson. They were using the J slur for Indian people or people from, you know, that part of the fucking world, right? That's their new, that was the, you know, the highlighted, right? That was the highlighted thing at AmFest. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here's what we got. So,
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki made some comments suggesting that your wife.
All right, here we go. This is. You ready? Dude, yeah, no, nationalism is no good. But here's the two back and forth here, dude. All right, you ready? Oh shit, this is Vance. Like, obviously, dude. So the vice president is responding to Nick Fuentes, guys. Think about that, okay? And why is he responding to Nick Fuentes, the vice president? Because Nick Fuentes' followers he needs to win them, guys. So, like, he's got to be like a big guy standing up to Nick Fuentes because he needs Nick Fuentes' groypers in order to have a political career because they're literally in his fucking party. Bro, like, this is where we're at. You know? It's like crazy.
Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki made some comments suggesting that your wife, the second lady, needed to be saved from you. How do you feel about comments like that being made while you're here with the second lady?
Oh, I think it's disgraceful, but of course the second lady can speak for herself. And I'm very lucky to have a wonderful wife, and I know, or at least I hope that my wife feels the same about me. But we are very lucky to have this journey, or I should say, I'm very lucky to go on this journey with a very loving wife. We're going to keep on serving the country together, and I'm honored to have 𝗙sze by my side on this trip in particular, but always.
Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki made some comments suggesting that your wife, the second lady, needed to be saved from you. How do you feel about comments like that being made while you're here with the second lady?
Sorry, I zoned out.
I think it's disgraceful.
I zoned out. I need to watch it again, guys. I was off in fucking, like, content creator land.
Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki made some comments suggesting that your wife, the second lady, needed to be saved from you. How do you feel about comments like that being made while you're here with the second lady?
Oh, I think it's disgraceful, but of course the second lady can speak for herself. And I'm very lucky to have a wonderful wife, and I know, or at least I hope that my wife feels the same about me. But we are very lucky to have this journey, or I should say, I'm very lucky to go on this journey with a very loving wife. We're going to keep on serving the country together, and I'm honored to have 𝗙sze by my side on this trip in particular, but always.
So, dude, where's the clip, bro? This part isn't in here, right, dude? Like, you see this? What is this fucking person doing, boss? Okay? This person is like, where is the eat shit quote is the one that I want to see. All right? Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's fucking bothersome to me, boss. When people do that, where they run a video and then they run a quote that's not in the video, so people don't watch the video and they think that the clip is in there. Right. It's like she's like putting the quote with the video, but a lot of people don't watch the video and they think, oh, I just saw a video of JD Vance saying eat shit, right? You know what I'm saying? But so here's Fuentes' response. You will never support him. You will never support who? JD Vance? I hope not. Let's go. All right, so it was in an article, okay, where he says, right? So look at this. This was in an article where it says JD Vance has for months faced mounting pressure to censure Nick Fuentes and his army of groypers, right? Boisterously racist and anti-Semitic supporters known as groypers. Speaking exclusively to Unheard at the vice president's residence on Friday, he doesn't mince his words. Let me be clear, he says, anyone who attacks my wife, whether their name is Jen Psaki or Nick Fuentes, can eat shit. That's my official policy as vice president of the United States. So again, we don't have a video on this, okay? We don't have the video on him eating shit. But now what's wild about that is this woman here says Vance blasts it and says that's my official policy, but she attaches it to a video clip that's not even in the clip. Now they think Vance said this in front of the camera. Isn't that wild? Right? How deceptive this digital gal creator person is? Like total deception here. Okay? And then now everybody is like, you know, thinking they saw a video clip of it. Right? Isn't that wild? Right? Now, I don't know. Was there video on the Unheard? Right? I don't know if there's video from that Unheard interview. I have not seen it. Right? So, but anyway, so Fuentes responds, okay? But now, guys, this is crazy because think about where America has come, okay? So we're essentially back in the 1940s again, where the line between the KKK and the politicians is like hard to suss out, okay? Right? I mean, we have Nick Fuentes, who is without a doubt a Nazi, okay? The groypers, and these guys are now fused with Sneeko and Asmongold and Aiden Ross and Jake and Logan Paul, right? Andrew Tate, the biggest young male influencers, Myron Gaines, are all fucking Nazis, okay? And now they're like arguing with the vice president, and the president is going on their podcast. The president hasn't gone on Nick Fuentes' podcast, but he went on Aiden Ross's, and Aiden Ross is just a gateway to Nick Fuentes, right? Aiden Ross watched pornography with his child audience on Kick, okay? And that shit doesn't even get reported, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's insane. It's insane where we're at. That these guys, these groypers, they are literally one removed step away from the White House, dude. Like, we're there. We are, when they say make America great again, we're already again. They made America again, right? It ain't great because it wasn't great the last time we were there, but we are literally back in the 50s, guys. And yeah, he did have dinner with Fuentes and Kanye, but that like caused him some PR nightmares. It was Milo who set that fucking dinner up, okay? And like now Milo is part of like trying to sort of like jockey for power in this shit. I mean, we're there though, guys. We have a little bit of 1950s. Like I cannot get online. Like I cannot go a day without being called the N-word, the F slur, right? Like I get called that every day now. Every single day I get called the F slur and the N-word, right? The hard R, right? that's 1950, guys. You know what I'm saying? That's 1970. You know what I mean? Like, it's like pre-civil rights movement. We're already back there.
Now, first of all, I have to say, I really appreciate the invitation. It's very gracious. I've said a lot of negative things about J.D. Vance. So for him to extend an invitation like that to me, to have dinner, a traditional Indian dinner with him and his family, it actually moved me. It actually touched me a little bit. I said, I've been nothing but antagonistic to this guy, really unprovoked. I started the beef. And so for him, in the spirit of the holiday, in the spirit of Christmas, for him to extend an invitation in public like that, to enjoy a traditional Indian dinner prepared by his wife with his family at the Naval Observatory, he's a better man than me.
Yeah, so you see that? Like, he took the eat shit and turned it into a slam on Indian cooking, right? You know what I'm saying? So he just tied it back to his little racism, you know? And like, dude, it's pretty fucking trashy, but man, he's feeding his base. Okay, his teenage Groyper base, they love this. Their Groyper guy is now arguing with the vice president, which means all of these Groyper loser fucking shitters are now like, they're in the White House, guys, right? Because to them, Nick Fuentes, if he's arguing with the vice president, they're arguing with the vice president. And you know how much, like at AmFest, everyone was talking about him. At AmFest, everybody was talking about him, right? It's pretty crazy how they jazz they are. Now, this is a problem, though, for J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance can't really win without these guys. I don't think the Republican coalition is thick enough that he can win without these guys, right? So then it becomes like, how is Vance, if he needs these guys to win, what kind of olive branch is he going to extend to them? Because he has extended a little. Oh, you don't need to apologize for being white anymore, right? He's extending it a little. He's given the Groypers a little bit, but like, he needs the Groypers or he can't win. You know what I mean?
He's a better man than me.
His heart.
And I got to give him a lot of credit for that.
Dude, his heart will go out to them. Yeah, the Elon salute, the Tate salute.
Where it is due. But respectfully, I must decline. That's sort of the whole point. I don't want to eat shit. Kind of the whole point. We don't want them here because we don't want to eat shit. I know they do that in India. I know they literally eat cow shit. I know that they will scratch their ass and then prepare food and eat shit that way also.
Dude, what is he
We don't want them here because...
Dude, what is he talking about? See, this is crazy because I guarantee you, okay, the people that are scratching their ass and then eating food with their hands is his fucking followers, bro. Like, what is he talking about, right? It ain't the people in India. It's literally his followers that are scratching their ass and then going and grabbing a handful of grapes from the public refrigerator at work. You know what I mean? Like, we know who watches these fucking degenerates. Dude, they don't wash their hands, bro. What are we even talking about?
Because we don't eat shit in America. We try to avoid eating shit as much as possible. It's why we wash our hands. You know, so respectfully, I'm going to have to decline. Thank you, but no thank you. I will not be eating shit, but I wish you the best on your Christmas Eve dinner. I hope that goes well for you guys. But anyway.
But yeah, so, but guys, Trump created these guys, okay? Trump and Charlie Kirk and TPUSA and Erica Kirk and JD Vance, they've created these guys. And it's not just him, dude. I mean, look at fucking Look at Andrew Tate out here now. All right. Dude, the Trump admin vouched for him. They brought him to America to hang out with the woman beater Dana White and Joe Rogan and Logan and Jake Paul at UFC. They brought Andrew Tate out there, right? And he beat up a woman in the Beverly Hills Hotel while he was here, right? And they brought him out. Elon did the, put my heart out to them, which is what Tate's about to say here. But Trump made it so this guy would have more and better access to young men in America. Okay. And right.
My heart goes out to all of you. I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back, because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth. Hail SpaceX!
Right? And Elon did it and denied it. And then I saw somebody mention that clavicular guy. So I had never heard of that clavicular guy until recently, but he's like a white fucking Chad who says the N-word and puts down women, berates OnlyFans models, and is just another one of these toxic loser, scared little boy, little fucking shits that is like becoming super famous because he's feeding that incel gamer machine. But what a fucking loser. Like, the young men in America are like so fucked right now. The influencers that are feeding them are like so like low grade scared little boys that are all like posturing with all kinds of like, that 1950 slur shit. Dude, you know what I mean? Dude. And they're so fucking, it's brutal, dude. It is brutal. It is brutal shit. And I don't even know where that guy, I mean, if I had stayed in the gaming world, maybe I would have heard about him. But I will tell you this, guys, okay? After being in the gaming world for, 4 years, I was in the gaming world, and I built a pretty sizable community in the Fortnite gaming world. All I can say is the people that are in the headsets talking to your children and like teaching your children how to be men, it's fucking scary, some of these guys. And a lot of the adults aren't hearing about this because it's not finding its way into the fucking, into their feeds. But like, man, it really got activated. They really advanced during the pandemic when everyone was isolated and was in headsets all day long. Okay. Call of Duty and Fortnite, the shooter games are the worst for sure. But there's like Discord chats, you can join Discord communities, and a lot of this shit is just rampant. Okay. It is rampant, guys. It is rampant shit. But man, watching him get his ass kicked was fucking beautiful, bro. It was beautiful shit. But guys, Trump is like, you know what I mean? I mean, there he is.
Hey.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice to meet
fan.
you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said. And
I agree with everything you just said. Oh, look at them smug guys. We love you. Anybody who says fuck like compassion, fuck vulnerability, fuck being decent humans. You know what I mean? Dude, right? It's fucking crazy shit. Oh, but guys, I got the Haba though, because she took flack, right? I agree with everything you just said, but don't forget that Haba, after she took some flack, 2 weeks later, she made this video, guys. You ready? 2 weeks later, 2 weeks after that, she made this one. Right here.
The accusations against the Tate brothers are stomach churning. They are disturbing. And As I will say, there, and I've said many times since then, that is for the court to handle, and they should handle it.
Basically, that is for the court to handle, and they should handle it, right? This was literally like a week apart, guys.
Hello, Alina.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan.
Well, nice
Big
to meet
fan.
you. I'm a fan. You're the one saving Trump. You're doing more important work than me.
America, not just Trump. And I agree with everything you just said.
I agree with everything you just said. And then
The accusations against the Tate brothers are stomach churning. They are disturbing. And as I will say, and I've said many times since then, that is for the court to handle, and they should handle it.
yeah. So guys, this is why we fight dirty. Okay? This is why we fight dirty, guys, because these people are fucking, they are so not genuine. They are so ungenuine, guys, that like you can't fight clean. Okay? You can't. If somebody's going to stick their fingers in your eyeballs, you can't fucking fight clean with them. You got to fight dirty. Bro, they are scum. And what's more though, guys, is they would put us in fucking jail, right? They would like watch us be publicly executed and cheer about it, right? You think the Charlie Kirk thing is bad. Oh my God, they would go to watch us get gunned down, boss. They would bring lunch. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't just be happy that we were dead. They would bring lunch. But while we're looking at Tate, dude, we gotta remember who this guy is, boss. All right, there we go. Remember who Andrew Tate is at his core. Dude. Oh, there it is, baby. Remember who he is, guys. He is just a fucking a lollipop with a bunch of fucking fuzz stuck to it, dude. Dude, Linty Lolly. Oh shit, boss. He's a dude on the run from his hairline and from his probably what is like a 2-inch pee-pee. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Right? And so, there you go. All right. Dude, it's time to dance though. I gotta go get to work. And a long fucking night/day of editing. Remember, guys, we only have 3 more days of night streams, and then we're moving. We are going for the big adjustment. We're moving to 8 p.m., guys. Going to be a hard out, 8 to 11. I will probably do late night streams on the weekends or here and there. But we are moving to the 8 to 11 p.m. time slot. We're going looking for more eyes. All right. But we'll fucking, all right. But again, though, guys, I think as we cover the fucking Epstein files, we gotta be careful now, guys, because they are trying to set us up. Okay. They are trying to set us up. Everything about their shit is trying to set us up. Okay. That is the right wing. They know they have no policy. So they're trying to get us to endorse misinformation, to report non-credible shit, and to get caught being fake news. Okay. And yeah, it is 8 p.m. is 11 p.m. Eastern time. So I will be going 11 to 2 a.m. Eastern time. Right? It's going to be that hours. 11 to 2 a.m. Eastern, 8 to 11 Pacific. Okay? Which means if you're in Europe, I'm starting at like 4 a.m., right? And 5 a.m., depending on where you are in Europe. But I'm going looking for more eyes. Okay? I'm becoming the, like basically I'm starting at the right now, I start at 2 a.m. Eastern time. I go 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern. And now I'm going to be going 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern, right? Let's go, let's go. Let's go, dude. Matt, let's go. Appreciate you, boss. Have a good shift at work, dude. I will. Thank you. Let's go, Tommy. Have a good shift at work, dude. Thank you, Matt and Kat. I got it right this time. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we're going to, and I mean, who knows, dude? The future's bright. We're going to try to grow this thing, dude. We're going to try to grow it. Captured the night owls. Let's go. Dude, I like the night shit. But I think for me, the key is, the key is for me is if I get done at 11 p.m., I can get multiple videos like done. And because I start sort of running out of steam and getting a little scattered at like 7 in the morning. And right now I don't finish my work until like 11 in the morning. Like tomorrow, I won't go to bed, guys. I won't go to bed probably until 11 a.m. Put up a fuck ICE sign. I'm going to go with the fuck Trump Christmas sign. Step out, folks. Thanks, punks. You're welcome, Miss Tully. Thank you. Let's go. Oh. But like, so my goal is to get to bed at like 6, right? So that way I can see the first couple hours of the news cycle, because the news cycle starts at 4 a.m. my time, right? 3 a.m. my time is when the East Coasters are 6 a.m.ing it. And so then I can get to bed at 6 and I can get up at like noon or 1 o'clock, right? And still get the daytime shit as well. Future's so bright, you gotta wear shades. Let's go, John Rob. Let's go. All right. If you want to picture what I'm like when I'm not streaming, it's like this. This is what it is, right? Let's go. So, just so you know, to picture, when I am not streaming, I use wireless Bluetooth noise-canceling headphones. And so, I am like this when I'm not streaming. I always have them around my neck, all right? Like most things, I'm in the kitchen, like cooking food, reading books. I like to read books while I cook, but I have noise-canceling headphones, so I'm in silence. Like, I talk like mad, but most of my day when I'm editing, I am like completely quiet. I may be laughing when I encounter something funny, but I'm in noise-canceling headphones just in total silence. It's pretty wild, dude. That's what it is. It's like the exact opposite of this. Isn't that wild? Let's go. Isn't that scary if someone tries to break in? I don't really worry about that shit. Right? I don't think about break-ins. Oh, but Jenny also works from home, though. So she's usually here. Time to stretch. Let's go, baby. Oh. All right. Let's go. I'm strange. I am strange. I like it, though. I like it. All right, let's go, baby. Stay weird, baby. Oh. All right. All righty. You ready? You ready? You ready? Dude, I'm not weird though. I'm just normal. Right? I think you guys are weird. I'm fucking as normal as it comes, boss. Oh. That shit gets it kicked up. Let's go. Dude, this is a vibe, Leonardo. You nailed that right. Oh, I do leave it on the field. That is very true. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. Nothing is what I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Alright guys, I'll fucking see you tomorrow. Take care of your head and be radiant. Good night.
Hey, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I would never be alone.